We'll sit down and we'll have quorum. I feel you. I do the same thing. I brought my own chair this morning. Okay. So we do now have quorum. Councillor Fletcher is just around the corner. I know she's about to join us. So I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good morning. I'm Councillor Shelley Carroll. I am the Vice Chair of the Economic and Community Development Committee and will be chairing today's meeting. Chair Bravo is with us, but attending virtually, and asked that I chair because it is very challenging to chair a hybrid meeting when you are one of the virtual attendees. So we're going to do our best, Chair Bravo, to make you proud. We do have quorum, so I'm now calling meeting 18 to order. Welcome, everyone. Today's meeting is being held by video conference and in person at City Hall in Committee Room 1, and this meeting is also being live streamed online at youtube.com/Toronto City Council Live, all one word, and I will do our land acknowledgement. Although we may be meeting in different locations today, the Economic and Community Development Committee would like to acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. We also do our African ancestral acknowledgement in this committee. So I'll do that for you now. The City of Toronto acknowledges all treaty peoples, including those who came here as settlers, as migrants, either in this generation or in generations past, and those of us who came here involuntarily, particularly those brought to these lands as a result of the transatlantic slave trade and slavery. We pay tribute to those ancestors of African origin and descent today. If you're registered to speak to today's meeting, please listen for me to call your name. I will call speakers in the order they appear on the list that is available on the website. The list of speakers can be viewed online by visiting the Economic Development Committee page at toronto.ca/council and clicking the speakers box for today's meeting. It's just above the title there. Members, the City Clerk has provided all agenda materials on toronto.ca/council and on CMP, the clerk's meeting portal for the councillors. Councillors' IT staff are available to members if you need help with your devices. And I also want to remind you to please submit and approve your motions by email if at all possible. Staff are available at ecdc@toronto.ca to help with motions. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we can proceed. Before we go through the agenda, Councillor Mantas. Yes.
Councillor Carroll?
Yes.
Yes, I would like to declare an interest on item 8. Works for a food vendor.
Okay, and have you submitted that in writing?
He has.
I submitted it to the clerk.
Clerk advises me you have, yes. Okay, okay, thank you. Okay. And before we go through the agenda, I need a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting. Councillor Moyse, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. Okay. So councillors, we'll go through the agenda to see if there are any items we can pass on consent. Item number 1 is the authority to enter into a multi-year agreement with Toronto Arts Council. I don't have Toronto Arts Council registered to speak, although I see them here. Or if councillors are ready to adopt, I imagine that'll be good news. Oh, there is, that you were making a presentation? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, I didn't see that. And I don't have speakers, so it's just the presentation. Okay, so that one's held for presentation. Item number 2, proposed Upper Avenue business improvement area poll results is held for speakers. Item number 3 is the York-Eglinton business improvement area. And that's a name change. I don't have any speakers on that one. We go ahead and do you want to move adoption, Councillor Moyse?
Yes, I think, is that Councillor Deputy Mayor Cole's item?
No, that was the previous one. We have speakers there and some concerns as well.
Okay,
Item number 3, I don't have any indication.
Okay, I move this item.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Okay. Item number 4 is proposed pilot for the non-motorized mobile food vendors in University-Rosedale ward. I don't have any speakers on this one. Are there any questions? Sorry, I don't have that listed on my speakers list. Sir, did you register with the clerks to speak? Oh, just now. Oh, okay. It's not on my printed list because you just registered this morning. Well, we can get into that when you speak. I'm just going through the agenda right now and trying to figure out who is registered. Yeah, we'll tell you the rules when we call you forward to speak. So you're gonna give me those names at some point. Okay, so we're holding for speakers then. Item number 5 has speakers. That's the Toronto Community Housing Tenant Engagement System and Implementation Plan. And we have some speakers, so we'll hold that one. Item number 6 is also held for speakers. That's investing in youth, empowering our city's potential, creation of a Toronto Youth Employment Program, communication from council. That one is held. Item number 7, I do not have speakers for, I believe. Item number 7 is waiving the permit fee charges for the 2025 bum run in support of colon cancer awareness. I don't see any speakers for that one. Can we move that one? Councillor Moyes, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. That's our annual assignment in this ward. Thank you, councillors. Item number 8 does have speakers. That is developing an urgent downtown Coyote action plan. And I have speakers for that one, so we'll hold that one. Are there any new business items, or item number 8 is it? Okay, wonderful. So we go back to the beginning. Thanks for those that are adopted. And we'll start with item number 1, which is a presentation. Authority to enter into a multi-year agreement with the Toronto Arts Council. Good morning, Mr. Conde. Is our council presenting with you, or? Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead and come forward then.
We'll get it up on.
Okay.
We'll get it up online as well right now.
Yeah. Lots of pages. Okay, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Committee. I just wanted to take a moment. I'm Adironke Conde. I'm the Director of Arts and Culture Services, and I just wanted to take a moment to introduce my colleagues here from the Toronto Arts Council and the work that we're presenting to you in the form of the new multi-year agreement. The Toronto Arts Council, it celebrated its 50th year last year, and they're a primary way of delivering grants to not-for-profit organizations and individuals on the city's behalf in terms of the arts and culture sector. So really wanted to just welcome them to give a sense of the work that they do and that they've done in partnership and collaboration with the city. And then, of course, you've got the report before you that gives the details on the new agreement format. So I'll pass it over to Kelly Langard, the Director and CEO of the Toronto Arts Council.
Good morning.
Co-chair, Councillor Carroll, and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee, we're so pleased to be here today to speak with you about the impact of Toronto Arts Council and our 2023 results. My name is Kelly Langard. I am the Director and CEO, and I would like to start by saying thank you for the city's active commitment to the arts in Toronto, which has been clear in your support for the new culture plan and your increased investments in the 2025 budget. These commitments will help to sustain a sector that is vital to Toronto's livability and its global competitiveness, so thank you. Presenting with me today is Rupal Shah, Director of Policy and Programs at TAC, and Andrew Surrey, Director of Planning and Operations. He is here to help answer any questions you may have. So 2024 marked 50 years since TAC was established as the City of Toronto's primary arts funding body. Since 1974, TAC has championed Toronto's artists, connected communities across the city to the transformative power of the arts, and nurtured the organizations that continue to shape Toronto's unique creative identity. As the city's arm's-length funding body, safeguarding artistic freedom and autonomy, prioritizing equitable and inclusive funding practices, and ensuring that arts experiences are available to everyone in Toronto are at the core of our mission and our values. As our 2023 annual report shows, 5 decades of public investment have created an incredibly diverse arts ecology active in every neighborhood. As part of our 50th anniversary, we asked 50 artists and arts leaders funded by TAC why they believe in art, and you can see in the quotes before you some of what they said. Art in all its forms unites and inspires. The arts contribute to mental well-being, create career opportunities, drive the economy, and foster a sense of belonging and community. But the cultural sector can only deliver in these areas if it is itself healthy and vibrant, and so efforts to improve the lives of artists, creatives, and cultural workers, and to adequately resource arts projects and organizations are critically important. As we can see from a public opinion survey commissioned by the Ontario Arts Council in 2023, the public really values what the arts have to offer, with a high percentage of respondents agreeing that community is built through the arts. In terms of economic impact, a study commissioned by the Ontario Arts Council this year found that in 2022, in Toronto alone, the cultural sector generated over 100,000 jobs and accounted for $11.3 billion of our GDP. Combining this direct economic contribution with the cultural sector's impact on tourism visitor spending shows that overall close to 131,000 jobs and $13.8 billion of Toronto's GDP could be attributed to the arts and culture in 2022. And finally, in terms of the economic impact of Toronto Arts Council, this same study found that arts organizations we fund contributed a total of $288 million to Toronto's GDP and sustained 5,345 jobs in the sector. Our own data shows that on average, 244 organizations we fund with operating support leverage every public dollar we give them to raise over $5 in earned revenue and $6 in private donations. So this quick overview is simply to show that the contribution of the arts to Toronto's social and economic well-being is vital, and the arts make our city a better place to live. And you can see tangible evidence of this in the details of our 2023 annual report.
Good morning. In 2023, more than half of all applications across TAC programs were from new applicants.
Can we have
Lean forward. Oh, it wasn't on. Thank you. In 2023, more than half of all applications across TAC programs were from new applicants. In the same year, about 30% of grants went to first-time recipients. This is a result of having nurtured strong and trusting connections in arts communities across the city and continuously prioritizing outreach. We were excited to participate in the creation of the Culture Plan and are even more excited to help implement it. In alignment with Culture Connects, TAC is ready to deliver even more, starting with the immediate and increased support for the artists and arts organizations who are vital to our city's success, yet are deeply impacted by rising costs, income precarity, and lack of affordable space to live, create, and present artistic work. The majority of the new funds to TAC will go immediately to Toronto artists and arts organizations in every corner of our city, augmenting the almost $24 million that TAC distributed in 2024. We are thankful for Culture Plan commitments to index cultural grants to inflation. Since 2014, the value and the impact of TAC's granting dollars has decreased due to inflation. The spending power of a TAC operating grant in 2024 is significantly less than it was 10 years ago. A comparison of total operating grant dollars allocated by TAC with and without adjustment for inflation is depicted in the graph. TAC has identified specific equity priority groups to ensure equitable access to our programs, funds, services, and decision-making processes. We have consistently demonstrated a strong commitment to equity even before the implementation of our equity framework in 2017. In 2023, 59% of all grant applicants and 61% of grant recipients came from TAC's equity priority groups. Every year, we estimate that TAC funding impacts about 283,000 children and youth through the activities of our operating clients. And additionally, we fund arts education activity through the TDSB Creates program, a partnership with Toronto District School Board and Prologue to the Performing Arts that puts professional artists in TDSB schools across Toronto. In 2023, we received a $300,000 funding enhancement targeted to youth culture organizations with an established track record engaging underserved youth. This investment allowed for increases to the operating grants of organizations such as the NIA Center, the Remix Project, Unity Charity, Art Starts, and RISE. We also fund youth engagement through our Creative Communities program and programs like Artists in the Library, which puts community-engaged arts in Toronto Public Library branches outside the downtown core. In Toronto, equity and inclusion is also about where people live. In 2023, we supported arts activities happening across every ward. Locations and venues reflected on this map include Daniel Spectrum, Black Creek Community Farm, Scarborough Arts, and Evergreen Brickworks. With the new investment in our granting programs, we are excited to see this map change and grow in the future, reflecting new and enhanced activity in all corners of the city. In 2023, TAC would have needed an additional $6.9 million to fund the applications that our peer assessors felt were important, but we didn't have funds for. When you add this number to the $4 million that would have been needed to keep TAC's operating budgets at pace with inflation, that's over $10 million that was sorely needed in 2023. We are so thankful that TAC will be receiving an additional $10 million over the next 5 years, but when you think of the fact that we needed $10 million in 2023 alone, it does beg the question of what the gap will be 5 years from now when we finally reach that $10 million goal. Recognizing that our efforts to fund equitably across the city were hampered by uneven cultural infrastructure, particularly in the inner suburbs, we created a suite of new granting programs and partnerships. And for the past several years, we have been using the infrastructure that already exists in places like libraries, parks, historic sites, and schools to ensure that residents in every area of the city have access to free, quality arts experiences. The total value of the strategic granting portfolio in 2023 was $2 million. We are committing to expanding our investments in the future with the help of future increased funding. TAC works with partner organizations to provide mentorship and support for equity-deserving groups. For example, the Neighborhood Arts Network offers mentorship for applicants to the TAC Black Arts Projects program and supports the integration of newcomer and refugee artists by providing mentor matching services. In 2024, Economic Development and Culture allocated $400,000 to TAC to begin implementing urgent priorities of Culture Connects, including deepening support to Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving communities and communities outside the downtown core. We immediately added $100,000 to the Black Arts Projects program, resulting in 8 additional projects being funded last year. Funds are also being invested in the policy and program design work necessary to build stronger relationships with Indigenous communities and fund more artistic work. Funds are also going to the Newcomer and Refugee Artist Mentorship Program, which will put more money into the hands of newcomer professional artists. And lastly, we have invested in our internal capacity for data and impact reporting, which will increase our ability to demonstrate the value and impact of our funding. Over the years, there has been increasing demand on our programs and fewer dollars to give. So in 2025, a grant is not only harder to get than it was several years ago, it's actually worth less. This is why the addition of $2 million and a 2.5% inflationary increase to TAC's budget has been crucial to our ability to make an immediate impact on the stability of the sector. Aligned with the urgent priorities of Culture Connects, TAC will ensure that a minimum of 80% of the increase to our granting budget will support vital, new, and growing arts organizations that need stability now. TAC will also allocate increased funding to select grants for individuals to address affordability and sustainability.
Toronto Arts Council and Foundation are currently working on a new strategic plan that will guide our 2 organizations in offering the best possible leadership and support for Toronto artists and arts organizations. Part of this work is a new look for our organizations that reflects the vibrant and joyful energy of our diverse arts communities across the city. You can expect to see this new look and our new strategic plan in May or June of this year. I have to say again that we are so thankful for your support and for the partnership of the city and our city colleagues in the work that lies ahead. Toronto is home to more artists than any other Canadian city, and the arts sector in Toronto is a powerful resource and partner to help drive civic engagement, community connection, employment, and innovation across all sectors. Our 2023 annual report shows the impacts of our grants and services across the city in every ward. And if anything stands out from this presentation, we want it to be that TAC is deeply connected to Toronto's artists and arts communities and dedicated to their success. Thank you, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions on the presentation? Councillor Candeval.
Hi.
Thank you, Chair Carroll, and thank you to Kelly and team for the presentation and the user-friendly presentation to give us a broad but yet deep look into the plan and the work by the TAC, and appreciate the presentation and its inclusion of recognizing gaps in the system that we're looking to address through a lens of geography and newcomers, so much appreciated. My question, and not perhaps, I don't perhaps expect you to have the data with you right now, but the recipients and percentages shared that indicated of new the fund as a percentage of number of recipients. Is it possible to get data of the budget that has allocated to number of groups that have previously been funding?
So, I can certainly do that. I don't think we have that. I can certainly do
okay.
that.
Great, thank you. That just to be clear, to give us a sense of how much of the total budget is being included, and I think as virtue of percentages where funding goes to established organizations and new organizations, and my staff would be happy to follow up with perhaps greater clarity into what I'm looking for, but I think on a broad sense, getting a sense both from number of new recipients is also in correlation to amount that's being distributed by the whole would be great. And my second and last question to do with recommendation 2. At this point, you know, the recommendation that we're passing is to begin the collaborative framework. Is it possible to share your initial thoughts on how the framework may look like?
For the distribution of new funds?
Yes.
Yeah, so as Rupal mentioned in the presentation, we're looking in this first year to really focus on arts organizations that need stability. And so about 80% of the additional funds will be going to arts organizations according to our strategic priorities and also our priority equity group commitments. So, and Rupal mentioned our priority equity group commitments in the presentation. So, so that's 80% to organizations and approximately 20% to individuals. And part of our consideration there is new, vital new and emerging arts organizations, those that have, where there has been sort of historical funding inequities because some organizations came in later into our funding stream. Those are things that we're looking to address in this initial installment and will in future years as well, with increases to our budget, be able to address that. So I think in terms of your question about percentage of funding allocated, we can share that information and you can see how that will be changing over the next few years.
Great, and as a follow-up, is this, and pardon my ignorance, is this framework to be collaborated between TAC and our general manager of ECDEV? Is this a new framework, or is it building on previous frameworks in previous iterations?
The collaboration framework that's part of our new MOU with the city is something that we're working on together.
It's a new one? It's a new framework?
Yeah, it's new, and I think what it's meant to do is really articulate how we are already working together, what the city is bringing to the table in terms of AC is bringing, and just to make sure that an already great relationship is sort of clearly articulated in the ways in which it's reciprocal and collaborative.
Thank you so much, Kelly. And very quickly, Chair Carroll, to General Manager Tobin, if he could speak to kind of the structure, if there's any at this point, in this new collaborative framework.
To the chair, thanks for the question, Councilor Conval. The structure is city staff working closely with the Toronto Arts Council staff, building on what was a class for culture. And we have the assistance of some contracted professional facilitation work as well as some research. As you've just asked, the framework is new. The work is progressing really well at the few months, and core to that framework will be, as you suggest, who funds what, why, how much, and what's the benefit.
Thank you, Pat.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Moyse.
Thank you, and through you, Madam Chair. Again, Kelly and your team, thank you so much for all that you do. Looking at the presentation, it shows that you fund about 1,600 plus shows and exhibits throughout the year, but there's 600 more activities that could be funded that is not. How do we support those who are not funded by your organization? And will the framework include those, a strategy to assist those who need funding?
Well, we're doing that in a couple of ways. One is just simply having more resources to fund those projects that are already really strong projects that we know our peer assessors would have funded had they the funds. So part of it is that, and we're really happy to be able to invest more funds in those project programs to do that. The other is just using our already established practices guided by our equity priority groups mandate to make sure that those funds are spent in a strategic way, make sure that they go to those projects that have the most impact, and those that are serving Toronto's residents across the city.
Okay. And I know that using an equity lens when it comes to funding some of these projects, can you identify any gaps, perhaps, that perhaps you've missed?
Do you want to take that one, Nico?
Sure. I wouldn't define them as gaps per se, but equity deserving communities, there are so many equity deserving communities in the city, and because our equity framework is actually built around our established equity priority groups, there are other groups like people living in poverty, newcomer and refugee artists, and other types of equity priorities that aren't necessarily formally reflected in our framework, although our peer assessors are selected and our staff is selected to be folks who understand that equity goes beyond our equity priority groups. But in terms of tracking, if I were to identify a gap, it would probably be there because we track our priority groups so diligently, and we are not able to track other groups as diligently because they're not officially priority groups. Does that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I have some myself. Okay, I better turn the clock on myself. I want to go back to the issue of, I want to follow Councillor Canval's questions about the newcomer grants. My question about it, I'm less concerned about what is the percentage of the budget as how is it administered. Because this is a new stream, and I remember when we first introduced a separate stream for Black Arts, and so there was a really careful lens put on who will be the assessors of that grant program, because it was important to keep that Toronto Arts Council principle of peers adjudicating peers and deciding. So how did we go about, since we're starting such a new stream, and up until you decide you want to have a strategic grant called Newcomer and Refugee Arts, you have all of those artists applying according to arts disciplines, but up against some pretty heavy hitters and experienced groups. So when you create a new grant stream, how do you choose the assessors for such a new thing?
I'll pass that to Andrew to answer. Thanks.
Thanks for the question, Chair. Councillor Carroll, the Newcomer and Refugee Artist Mentorship Program developed in 2017 was developed with input from newcomer settlement agencies and newcomer artists. And it led the recommendations to the Arts Council to have two components. One, to be a mentorship program where newcomer artists are matched with mentors living in Toronto. And the other stream, the newcomer engagement component, to engage newcomer families with professional artists to get help with their integration. Now, in terms of composing the peer review panels, we now have 8 years almost experience with the program, always involving newcomer artists who have integrated, potential mentors, and from the new settled community. I hope that helps to answer your question.
It does, because it feels like, you know, you go from mentorship to achieving a grant here. Eventually that becomes an established group, not so new anymore. But it sounds like what you're doing is making sure that if they were to move out of that area, they're moving out with the mentorship means they'd have the capacity now to be.
If I may, that's exactly the intent, and that's what we see. We see the beneficiaries of that newcomer program move on and grow their careers, get support from the Arts Council and other programs that are perhaps more competitive, you might say, but they're just different. So that's what we see. We see that progression over time.
And the Toronto Arts Council Board has the capacity, if you see a stream becoming, you're right, you hesitate to use the word gap, but if the capacity is growing, and you see that you're having to say no to a lot of applications of merit, then that's a moment for the board to say, is there enough resources going to this particular stream? And so you may at that time make a decision to rejig the amounts then.
Yeah, and I can tell you that right now these are the discussions that we're having at the staff level, and that we'll also be discussing with our board at their meeting in March. But essentially, what we're looking to do is hit a certain range of in our success rate for programs, and for those programs that are really sort of where there are high percentage of applicants coming from our equity priority groups, or groups like newcomer and refugee artists, or artists outside the downtown core, we're looking for a percentage that's a bit different than some of our regular programs. So a percentage might be something like 60% success rate, or even 70% success rate, as opposed to our regular programs, which would be falling more around 20%. And that is so that we can make sure that more of those artists who are progress and are getting the support that they need and being successful in their applications.
Excellent. Okay, so we have we're receiving the 2023 report today, which is interesting because that predates the strategy and the funding infusion. We're also directing staff to finish the framework. So the only other question I have then, while it's new, we ask the question, it's new to have this framework so that there's more of a connected collaboration. While it's new, it's also directed, I would assume that what directs how to set up that framework is the Connects plan, the main frame you're going to try and work the framework to.
Yes, to you, Chair. Certainly, we are building on a muscle that we really created through our work together with Culture Connects, working very strongly in collaboration to set the culture plan. We're following that format with the collaborative framework.
Fantastic. I think those are all the questions. Are there speakers? Any speakers to the item? Councillor Fletcher.
I've had a message from Chair Bravo that
yes, we're having to speak
blackout.
For her.
There's something going on there. There's no internet, but she is able to watch and text, and she just wanted to ask me to express her thanks and congratulations to TAC and to you, Councillor Carroll, for your amazing work in creating the foundation for this new, I'll call it TAC Phase 2 or 2.0, and we always like to do it, call those things in that way. And to the mayor for making good on the long-awaited promise of getting this in the budget. So with our mayor and budget chief, we're able to advance this part, very critical part for the arts. And throughout my time here, I have always been a supporter of TAC, but very involved in advancing arts in the park, because that is one way that whether you have a venue or not, everybody can experience fantastic art in a park. And I often tell that story where dusk dances in Withrow, which have been going for many years, when they tried to go to Malvern, the organizers had to call and say, we can't get a permit, they won't let us in the park because we're not a sports organization. We're not running a baseball or a soccer. They don't get it. So from that day to now, we've really had a tremendous understanding of our green space, that it's an important gathering space for the community, and how better to gather in the community than with an arts focus to enrich everybody's lives throughout the city and every community. So I just want to thank you for your great continuation of that program and expanding it everywhere throughout the city. And thank you for all of your work.
Thanks so much, Councillor Fletcher, and also to Councillor Bravo for those comments. And I will also say that something we didn't get into in our presentation too much, but our partnership with the Toronto Arts Foundation, actually as our sister organization, really allows us to do some things like arts in the parks. And also, we didn't talk about this, but there's a whole sort of newcomer mentorship support stream through our Neighborhood Arts Network, which is part of the foundation, where we're able to kind of wrap the council's supports in these other types of initiatives that are very hands-on, that are very high touch, and that get us into those communities and into those relationships that we need to be in. So thank you.
Okay.
I did have to get that permit myself for Malvern, by the way.
Okay, so we're into committee now. I have Councillor Candaval next, and then Councillor Malik, and Councillor Moyse, you wanted to speak as well. Councillor Candaval, you wanted to speak to the item?
Yes, thank you, Chair Carroll, and again, thank you, Kelly and team, for the presentation and the commitments made, and really looking forward to some of the data, but also how the framework develops and concretizes coming into later this year. And just quickly, I know the example Councillor Fletcher shared, I think it speaks to the tremendous value and importance of going into areas and communities outside of the core that haven't established those experiences, like the example. So I know this wasn't Councillor Fletcher's intention, but it's not that they don't get it. It's just those experiences and opportunities haven't been made available, readily accessible. So I think the commitments we're making and the fruition of them will build a culture that would enable those opportunities to exist. So looking forward to the fruition of this. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. And I do also want to start by just sharing a lot of thanks, as was mentioned, and I want to echo the role of our Economic and Community Development Committee Chair, Vice Chair Carroll, to the Mayor, and the commitment of the city, and especially the team at Economic Development. Our 10-year Arts and Culture Action Plan is so important to give a framework and structure and demonstrate that continued commitment that we get to see and move forward through the item that's in front of us today. And I'm so excited to see this partnership with the Toronto Arts Council continue, and that the Toronto Arts Council has been committed partners with the city in increasing that access to culture and supporting local artists and creative industries and investing in cultural spaces across the city. And I'm so excited to see where that goes next. And what you shared with us is, just a peek at what's possible through our work together. And as my colleagues mentioned, we want every Torontonian in every neighborhood to have the opportunity to and participate and to benefit from culture. Of course, we always talk about Arts in the Park, and to see that program deepened and expanded, and to take the spark of inspiration that makes it such a success and continue that right across the board in new and creative and innovative ways is really exciting for us across the city, and something that we should be really proud of, right? To set the example of what that looks like, because we know that arts and culture fuels tourism, it drives local businesses, it creates jobs, and it ensures that our city's economy can continue to flourish, and that our identity as a city is something that we get to be involved in and take a lot of pride in. And that's because we know that the influence of Toronto's arts and culture goes far beyond just the dollars that we so quickly kind of focus on. It is about building those bridges between cultures in terms of, providing those means of expression and being a force for social change that strengthens the bonds between us as Torontonians. And especially in this moment, that feels more needed and more vital than ever, and we're grateful for that. And we know when we believe in arts and culture as a city, we believe in artists and culture makers who make that actually possible, who realize that day in and day out. And as a city and as city councilors and as council ourselves, to make sure that we are furthering policies that do make it reasonable and realistic and desirable to imagine a future here in the city of Toronto. So our commitments to affordable housing, to accessible public services, to addressing affordability through what we offer at the city is about strengthening the arts and culture sector in Toronto as well. I'm so glad that we're continuing this work with the Toronto Arts Council. Thank you to you, Kelly, and your entire and incredible team for the work that you do, and let's keep going.
So
Okay,
much,
thank
Councillor
you.
Malik, for those comments.
Yeah, Councillor Moyes?
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, I just want to also convey my thanks to Kelly Longard and her team for this amazing work they do each and every day. And of course, to Pat Tobin and his amazing team. And of course, to you, Madam Chair, for all the things that you do around the arts of the city. I'm very fortunate that in my Ward of Toronto Centre, we have a lot of art, and I feel blessed. And I've seen the impact of how it's really helped the very young in our ward. For example, the Young People's Theatre, which I see is on the list that receives Toronto art funding, to seniors and how it impacts them and really helps them stay whole. We saw the benefit of art during the recent pandemic, and it's held our communities together. There's so many wonderful things that the arts do for us each and every day. But I'm really happy to see, though, that your new initiative around the new Comer Art and Engagement Program, because they're often the people that are forgotten in our society. And I see that with intention, you've actually gone out and engaged them and have them be seen, in Toronto. And I know that your engagement here, others are watching beyond our borders of Toronto. And I hope that they will adopt those initiatives as well. And I also want to thank the mayor, because I know when she got elected a year plus ago, she made a commitment to the Toronto Arts Council to actually reinvest in this program. And I see that it's nice to see this coming to fruition today. I'm excited to also see the results when it comes forth at the end of 2025 around the framework. So I think you have the tools needed to put something good together. So I'm very excited. So thank you so much for your work that you do each and every day.
Okay. I have just some comments myself now, and I'm in the daunting position of having to speak for both myself and Councillor Bravo because her connection is not that great, as Councillor Fletcher has mentioned. But I think it's key that Chair Bravo sits on the Toronto Arts Council board. And I'm going to say something now that you're going to get tired of hearing from me, because I'm going to say it all year, and it's going to bore the pants off of every councillor. We don't need to dream up a single new thing, not for our wards, not for the Arts Council, not for anyone. We simply need to have them go forth now, use the funds that we've given them in the budget, and partner together with the city to make Culture Connects a reality, because you've already made sure that this comes to your ward, because you adopted Culture Connects. And Culture Connects talks about building new spaces, protecting the spaces that exist because we're losing some of them. It talks about cultural animation happening in every ward. You know, Arts in the Park is one of those ways in which we've started that work. We're doubling down on it in providing funds and adopting a 10-year plan that says get better and better and better at that. So if there have been feelings of gaps, we've adopted a plan, all of us sitting in council a few months ago, to correct that, to do the work, so that whatever happens, and we know some dire things are going to happen in this community. Things are about to get Trumpy, as I say. Culture is the main thing that's going to get us through that. It's the thing that must keep coming. It's going to be part of our economic proposition for why this is still going to be a city to be in. Your stats have shown us that in so many ways. And we don't need to rack our brain. We just need to rely on what I have always relied on, which is the governance system of the Toronto Arts Council. It's why I fleshed out by asking the question of, okay, you've created a new stream, how do you choose the assessors for that? And when does the board kick in and make a decision? We have in the past made a big bump up and achieved a new level of funding to the Arts Council. And it's why it is so easy to do that again now. Because again and again and again, you've proven that that governance system that is so peer-based and dedicated to each arts discipline, but also dedicated to going all the way to the boundaries of the city limits, you've proven time and again that your governance system actually makes that happen. Because you have peer adjudicators in each grant stream, you have lean administration, and you have a peer-based board. Sure, council sits on it, but we are by far and away not the majority there. It's peers driving peers, putting peers on stages and allowing them to execute their visions. And it works so well. And your presentation today has really demonstrated that to us. And I suspect when Chair Bravo is back in this chair in person, we're going to have the updates we want to hear, because she's sitting on that board as well. So I have total confidence that if the framework is focused on that 10-year plan that council already adopted, and all of the things that the arts community heard from one another in the consultation, and we can keep those funds flowing exactly as per commitment, that $2 million plus cost of living, that we can get a long way towards Culture Connects. My only hope beyond what's on the page is that we're consistently ahead of schedule on it. That's the goal. So thank you for the presentation. It's a great kickoff to the implementation of that shiny thing we adopted. Thank you very much for coming and presenting today.
Thanks so much, Councillor Carroll.
Here we go. Councillors, we are on to, oh, sorry, I forgot to vote on it. We're all so unanimous, I didn't think we needed that. Nancy was just gonna write down, yeah, they love it. All in favor of item number 1, the staff recommendations. Opposed, seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Okay. We're going to move on to pure business. Item number 2, proposed Upper Avenue Business Improvement Area poll results, has some speakers, and we'll hear from our speakers first. And as I've said, the list is on Timus on the agenda. I think is it Geeta Kale? Oh, which is a virtual presentation? Sorry. Oh, sorry, it's item number 2, proposed Upper Avenue Business Improvement Area poll results. Yeah, I did read it. Geeta Kale is with us virtually.
She may speak.
Are you there, Ms. Kale?
She's unmuted.
Are we connected? I believe you're on, oh, she is unmuted. Yeah. Go ahead. Ms. Kale?
Maybe they're away from
Ms. Kale, I'm going to move on to the next speaker, so if you want to stay on the line, I'll come back and call your name. Zachary DaCosta. Zachary DaCosta with us, or are they online? Mr. DaCosta?
Hello.
Oh, there we are. We can hear you. I was beginning to think it was us. Okay. Mr. DaCosta from Fortune's Fine Jewelry. Good morning. We can hear you, so I'm going to set your timer for 5 minutes and you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for hearing us out, first of all. I just wanted to voice my opposition to the potential BIA, and I'll explain as quickly as I can, and concern over the voting process. When the BIA was suggested to us, we had a representative of Mike Cole's office, Stephen Lokash, come to each of the businesses on the street and poll our interest in the potential of having a BIA. I guess there was, obviously, based on the polling results, interest in it. So it moved to a formal vote, which was, I think at some point in September, made known to us that there will be eventually a vote. Fast forward to January, myself and many other businesses were informed the vote had passed, yet we had never received any indication that the vote was even being taken. And specifically, I'm speaking to Chapter 19, Article 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4, all subsection C. The steering committee shall also distribute notice to all persons who are non-residential tenants of those properties receiving notice under subsection A2. I'm going to speak a little bit backwards here. Stephen Lokash and some businesses in favor of the BIA had gone up and down the street and provided ample opportunity for those that were in favor to vote. We were never visited, and I know a number of other businesses were not visited, so it seemed very undemocratic. And it just, I think based on the postal strike and everything else that was going at the time, I don't think that we were given sufficient resources to voice our opinion fairly. Aside from that, I think just want to speak about the sort of veracity of validity of having a BIA on Avenue Road as opposed to somewhere like the Danforth, for instance. Avenue Road is a travel corridor and not a particularly great walking street. A lot of the businesses on this road, they cater to destination services like dentists, doctor's offices, lawyers, interior design firms, ourselves, and it's a connection from downtown to the 401 and onwards. And I think it would be fairly difficult for any of our businesses to have, street festivals and items like that. And on top of that, I think a lot of the businesses didn't understand sort of the depth of the consequence of having a BIA, which is, however large or small, having to pay out any kind of amount is something that a lot of small businesses right now are not interested in doing, especially with the potential looming tariffs from the United States. We already have a lot of costs on our side, and already 3 levels of government to be obligated to. So at the very least, I'd ask council to have a revote fairly and done with ample notification so that all businesses can have the opportunity to voice their opinion. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. DaCosta. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, we thank you for your remarks this morning.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going on. I have Paul Chow from XPC. Is that a virtual? Do we have Paul Chow? Okay, let's go back and ask if we figured out Gita Kale's audio issue. Miss Kale, are you there and unmuted? Still trying to figure that piece out. Ms. Kale, Gita Kale, we have you available to speak. You're unmuted. Do you want to say good morning? We'll see if we can hear you. Yeah, okay. Okay, we see you muting and unmuting. If you want to unmute and speak, we can hear you. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next one, which is Alex Fraser from Spokes and Sports. That's another online deputy. Mr. Fraser, are you with us? Go ahead, Mr. Fraser.
Hi, good morning, Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here.
Good morning.
I wanted to, good morning. Yeah, so I just wanted to go over my experience in this. We have put in a lot of work, and myself specifically, to try and understand what this process looks like and how, kind of reiterating what Zachary DeCosta has said before me. We were polled by Mike Cole's office in through the end of 2023 into early 2024 about this BIA. We were visited multiple times by his steering member and our steering committee member and head, and also his BIA advisor, Stephen Lokash. And during that time, we were canvassed, and many of us on the street, we all knew that there was going to be some sort of formal vote. And we were on a steering committee email list. This was a wide encompassing list, a tool that was being used by the steering committee to share updates both for and against previously and during the canvassing process of spring 2024. Jumping ahead, there were 3 or 4 emails sent out by the steering committee in September, which was the right before the voting window. And they were sent out about a community organization that was happening, or an event that was happening, sorry. And none of those emails mentioned that the voting window would be taking place with less in up to 30 days just following those previous emails. There were 3 emails between September and October. The voting window was October until December. We did not receive any correspondence from the steering committee email list. We did not receive any correspondence from the city regarding the vote potentially taking place. We next heard about it, I heard about it on January 17th, when that same steering committee email list sent out a mass email saying that the poll had taken place and that there were 66 votes in favor and 8 against. I was immediately pardon me, I was immediately quite shocked because I had spoken to Mr. Lokash at depth about my opposition and my interest in having further discussions and having my voice heard during the vote. So I was very disappointed to learn that the vote had taken place and there had been no notice given to me personally. But I thought maybe just as a small business owner and running my family's business, which has been on the street for 40 years, and we're busy and we're a community member, but maybe I had missed something. So I started walking the street and just asking my immediate neighbors, including Mr. DeCosta, including other members in my immediate block of Avenue Road. And I learned quite quickly that no one seemed to really know right around me. And I continued walking and I grabbed a pen and paper and I started asking people what their experience was. And what I learned was that everyone had been visited at some point by Mr. Lokash in the spring of 2024. But immediately following that and the time frame of the spring, the only businesses I talked to in the fall during the voting window, the businesses that voted yes were visited by Mr. Lokash sometimes even more than once, and provided information and ballots and resources in order to vote. And their next door neighbor and the next door neighbor after that, who had been previously visited in the spring and had told me about their experiences, they were not visited by Mr. Lokash in the fall. Now, I understand there aren't any rules against the voting process and the steering committee potentially canvassing for votes and other businesses in favor. That's what I was intending to do. Was I was going to go have a conversation during the voting window with the businesses around me to get their sense of what they wanted to do here. Unfortunately, I was never afforded that opportunity. It was just unfortunate that I don't get to have my voice heard. And from all the documents I have submitted, and I have worked tirelessly on top of trying to just run my business, be there for my staff. I'm currently on my honeymoon. It's the middle of the night. I have spent every opportunity I can to just try and have my voice heard for the fact that this was not given any notice to us. We were not shared with, and it very much seems that the office of Mike Cole did a very strategic job in knowing who was going to vote which way, and they made sure that those pieces.
Mr. Fraser, I'm going to ask you to wrap up, and I hear you, but it's important that we try not to make this personal. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not trying to make it personal. It just from the evidence that I supported of talking to, but not only I walked the street, I talked to about 100 businesses over the course of a week. And here's just as a final statement what I learned. It was businesses who were interested were provided resources. Businesses who were not interested were abandoned and left in the dark. The way that happened, the personal nature of that is up for the council to decide and to look at the letters and documents we supported. That's fine. I appreciate that. Just please look at the documents that we have provided, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, and they are attached. Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Fraser, especially since you're obviously in a much different time zone. Thanks for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, I have Nicole Schleifman from Paper Graphics. Is that an online deputant? Nicole?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good morning. You have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Great. Thank you so much. So I just want to reiterate again what Alex said. On the 17th of January, we found out that the BIA had been approved, and a lot of us had no idea that the voting process had even taken place. So basically, I just have written a little thing to say that small businesses deserve a fair and honest voice. We are tired of fighting to have our voices heard, tired of watching small businesses, the backbone of our community, be sidelined in favor of decisions made without our input. Small businesses deserve representation on an even scale. Yet too often the process is weighted in favor of government, committees, councils, and those pushing predetermined narratives. These decisions, which directly affect our businesses and livelihoods, are being made without proper consultation or accountability. A clear example of this is the recent BIA process, where 60+ businesses were denied their right to vote and have their voices counted. Under the umbrella of Mike Cole's office, Stephen Lokash led an effort that selectively engaged with those who would support a predetermined outcome, an approach we find dishonest and unacceptable. We as small business owners are the ones who bear the financial and operational burdens of these decisions, yet those making them do not have to answer for the challenges they create. The lack of transparency and accountability cannot continue. It is time for fair representation. It is time for small businesses to have a legitimate voice in decisions that impact us. We are not asking for special treatment. We are simply asking for an equal and fair say in shaping the future of our community. In light of the exclusion of so many voices in this process, we strongly believe that the existing vote should be set aside and a new transparent vote be conducted. One that ensures all affected businesses have the opportunity to participate. We stand together in calling for integrity, fairness, accountability. Small businesses matter, and our voices must be heard. I just want to add that under the climate that exists right now, business is very hard, and every dollar we work very hard for. And having had this done the way it was done, it's very disheartening to see that we are not being heard and we are not being treated fairly. Every one of us deserves a vote. Our dollars are going to be the ones that are put into this BIA. And so every one of us, whether we approve it, whether we wanted it or didn't want it, should have had the chance to have our say. And that's all we're asking for. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Schleifman. Are there any questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you so much for speaking this morning. Okay, I have Jason Villari and Philip Villari. That's an online. Mr. Villari?
Yes, good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. I'm going to
Hi,
set
can you
your
hear me?
timer and you have 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair and committee members. My name is Jason Villari. Our family has owned our building on Avenue Road since the early 70s. I'm here to speak to you and the committee about the proposed Upper Avenue Road Business Improvement Area poll. We have sent in letters that have been received from the city about the BIA and our opposition to it. We were not made aware as a property owner of the BIA poll and vote that took place in the fall of 2024. And because of this, we feel that the current voting results do not accurately reflect the true feelings of the many other property owners and business owners in the area, who we have now been made aware of also were not given the opportunity to vote on such an important matter. We want the committee to know that we are not in favor of the BIA on Avenue Road. We would like the committee to consider allowing all of the property owners and business owners on the Avenue Road strip the proper opportunity to have their vote counted and taken into account. I'd like to thank the committee and the board for their time on this matter. Thank you very much.
Seeing none, thank you so much for your comments. Next one is Sheldon Tenenbaum. Mr. Tenenbaum? Mr. Tenenbaum, good morning. Hello, Mr. Tenenbaum?
Yes.
We can hear you. I'm going to set your timer for 5.
Okay, yeah. My name is Sheldon Tenenbaum. I'm a lawyer. I manage a law firm in Markham. I live in the area, in Avenue Road. They struggle, but they operate a business there, and I also have clients that buying and selling property in the area as well. But by far, the most number of people that I've spoken to are just businesses I patronize. So take the doctor at Gilvery Clinic, or I buy a bicycle, or I go to Sam at Eva Me. All these businesses in my I speak to. And the Collie is a very big supporter of local businesses. I understand that there's a divided opinion on whether a BIA is good. I can't speak to thoughts on that. My with you probably would support a BIA. I spoke to Deputy at Sport, but what the message I'm getting is that the city have done a much better job in having people don't not have their voice. It can easily poll vote on Zoom or WebEx. You can, in today's world, it's easy to go, and it's not the property owners. It's the tenants. The property owners, like my in-laws, Ms. Sarkis, they don't have a vested interest in this. They just pass these costs on to the tenants. But it's the tenants really that stand the most to benefit or lose from a BIA. a proper thing would be to have a meeting with people that can answer questions about a BIA. What were the advantages of having a BIA in your district? I'm sure there's people at the TBIA or the OBI, there's both provincial and a Toronto Association of BIAs that can give questions like, what's the budget? How do we get rid of a BIA? Find we don't like it anymore. Okay, we the pros and cons. None of that are really occurred to any of the people I spoke about so far. I've only been involved in this file maybe a few days. But that's a very strong sentiment. And even if you comply with the Municipal Act, people are feeling put out. I'm surprised there's so very few here today, but everyone I've spoken to has had very strong feelings that their voice wasn't heard and wasn't counted. So I'm asking the city to have a meeting with informed speakers about BIAs, get proper information to the people, and do an electronic vote just to get a gauge of how much community support there really is. 41 businesses and 50% plus one done in May of last year. Nobody was even heard of this. So, I don't know whether that was, who or what was involved with that. No one seems to know anything about it. That's all I can say at this point. I appreciate the time that you've given me. I regret not being able to appear in person. I'm next door in the courthouse right now. Those are my submissions, subject to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Tenenbaum. If you could stay on line, I actually do have questions. Councillor Fletcher would like to ask you a question.
Well, you could just zip across the street if you're at the courthouse, but that's okay.
No, we'll go over there and join him for lunch. It's a
If it was held down, I would.
You're at the courthouse, so I won't take too much of your time, but you've read in the act exactly what the setting was. Information that you might have missed, as even existing BIAs, sometimes business in that from BIA. I'm going to ask the steps were. I'm just going to be really clear on what all the steps were, but I think I didn't ask anybody else, but there are requirements. And are you saying one of those requirements was missed?
Councillor Fletcher, is just because you could do it in the legislation is proper and fair. When I go in front of judges, was fairness involved here? They don't care what I said. Look, and they've been done better. And this is procedural fairness. People having the right to say, before you stick a tax bill on them or infect their business, people have a right to have a vote.
I guess I'm just asking.
That's the concern. The legislation is very draconian.
I get it.
Not
I'm
democratic.
Just asking.
It allows a small number. Yep.
I'm just asking, are you saying that one of the steps was missed? Or you don't like the steps? Which one?
I'm not in a position. I think we did everything. That's my initial impression, but I've only been on this file literally a few days.
Okay,
so
your
I don't have all
impression
the
is,
information.
Sorry, I'm sorry, but it's hard to hear you. Your impression is that some of the steps are, if they were, I'm assuming it would be.
Yes, Council.
Yes, I will do that for you. If you're not in court, you can hear the answers. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Sorry,
this is hard for me.
Yes, I know. It's hard for us
Thank
too,
you.
online.
Okay. We appreciate your attending. Thank you. I just have one more on the list, and that is Kevin Leahy. Mr. Leahy? Oh, someone in person. There we go. Mr. Leahy, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. It's my first time speaking to City Hall, so this is fun.
It's much easier in person. We promise you that.
My name is Kevin Leahy. Thank you so much to the committee for giving me some time to speak. I own 5 pet stores, brick and mortar, throughout Toronto in different neighborhoods, 4 of which have BIAs, which have operated very successfully. And the one that's missing is on Avenue Road, and we are hoping to make that the 5th. When this idea was proposed to me 2 years ago by Deputy Mayor Mike Cole and his staff, I was super excited. I said, we got to make this happen. This is going to be great for the neighborhood. And so I committed myself to doing whatever possible to make it a reality. I attended every meeting. I volunteered to be part of the steering committee. I have personally visited every single store from Joycey to Lawrence at least twice, many times, most times more than that. During this time canvassing and discussing with the business owners, I have found a very vocal minority who is against the idea of a BIA in our neighborhood. But the overwhelming majority is very much in favor of this idea. The notion was proved when we had, the speaker just before was mentioning, an idea where we come up with ideas in favor of BIAs and we can talk about the pros and the cons. We did that. We had a town hall meeting where everyone was invited and we had an accurate representation of the neighborhood to come to that meeting, and we took a vote. Everybody got a ballot, put it into the box. A city representative was there to make sure it was fair. And the vote was overwhelmingly in favor of a BIA. And that was no different from the official 66-8 that we received as a mail-in vote through the city. So now we have 2 votes showing what I have seen personally, hundreds of conversations where people do want a BIA in this neighborhood. How much more evidence do we need to move forward? 2 official votes and hundreds of conversations. So the idea that the majority of business owners are against a BIA, that's simply not true. I can attest that both votes fall directly in line with what I've experienced firsthand. And I'll also say confidently that as part of the steering committee, we delivered notifications to all the stores. Sometimes they ended up in mailboxes because doors were locked. Sometimes they ended up in the hands of staff, and I don't know what happens to them then. But a lot of times we handed them directly to the business owners who were busy because they're operating their businesses. So maybe they didn't prioritize this vote. So we also sent emails to every email address that we could possibly obtain. And this is all in addition to what the city does in an official capacity. They send letters to all the property owners, and I believe this was before the Canada Post strike, so it should not have been affected. But if it was, then that's an issue we should address. And so with all this in consideration, I'm confident that the neighborhood was properly notified and that both votes accurately represent the feelings of the people on Avenue Road. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. I do have questions I have Councillor Fletcher and then Councillor Morris. Councillor Fletcher?
Sure.
Yes, I just wanted to just review one thing. You had a decision, you had a vote in order to proceed with the formal city process, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then
at the town hall meeting.
At the town hall, so it wasn't just a show of hands, you actually had a ballot vote.
Physical paper.
Yes, to say, yes, we want to move to the next stage, because there's stages when you're setting a BIA up, and one of the stages is getting an agreement to proceed to a vote, and you got that, and then you proceeded to the vote, and the vote was successful. That's what I heard you tell me, correct?
That's correct.
And I know you said you're on quite a few BIAs already, so
Yes.
and as am I, as am all the councillors, as are all the councillors, these 2 have far more than I.
And BIAs are great for the community.
Yes, this is question and answer.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry. And that often there'll be members that will say, well, I didn't hear about that. I didn't get that, even at a meeting. I didn't know about that. But I'm assuming, as you've told me, that everybody got a flyer and everybody got a lot of communication. Just sometimes it wasn't, I guess, a priority in that inbox, and now that's not your fault. If you're not reading the mail, that becomes an issue for people that weren't following the process. I would understand from what you're saying is that you made every effort, considerable effort, to let everybody who is in the area know that this was happening. Here's the steps, here's the next steps, here's the outcome, correct?
Yes, that's correct. I think we did our due diligence to notify every single business owner on the street of the upcoming town hall meeting, and as well as the vote, the official vote that was coming. Maybe those notifications didn't land in the correct hands, but we did our best.
Yes.
As a steering committee.
You could only do your best. And the steering committee is one of the steps. So as I mentioned to Mr. Tannenbaum, I'm going to ask the staff to walk through each step and put a tick beside if that happened or didn't happen in this case. And I will do that. I think that'll be helpful for everybody to do that officially here. I'm sure you agree.
That would be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, 1 second. Councillor Moise has some questions.
Thank you, and thank you, Kevin, for coming today. So one of the deputants implied, because of the Canada Post strike, that may have impacted the outcome or perhaps the participation of the residents or the businesses in the area. Do you find that to be accurate? I mean, based on what you're saying, you've taken many steps going door to door, you've given people notices, all these things. So do you think those comments made by the deputant is fair?
I don't want to speak to that point. I think it would be a matter of looking at the dates, you know, as to when they were officially mailed out by the city for this particular issue, and when the Canada Post was on strike, what dates those took place. From my memory and from some conversations with my landlord in particular, they were received. The official letters were received in the mail by those individuals. I can't attest that, you know, in the entirety of the neighborhood received their letters on time. So
The letters that you hand delivered to the businesses, what were the content? What was in the letter?
So
to what the city was distributed?
I made several canvassing trips throughout the entirety of the neighborhood. The first few times it was a little flyer that we made ourselves as the steering committee. And we would just hand that out saying, we're interested in a BIA, starting one here. There's a town hall meeting coming up on this date at this time. Please join. So there were two there. And then the third one, we had physical ballots that we would bring with the notification as to like where to send it at City Hall. And those were delivered. I did not leave those in mailboxes that were empty because I thought that that was the city's responsibility. But whenever I was in contact directly with an owner, then I would give it to them personally.
Okay. And based on your own personal experience being in a BIA, what are some of the benefits to being a part of a BIA?
The ROI on a BIA is undeniable. It is absolutely just absurd to think we should not spend this extra money to bring more people into our neighborhood. Avenue Road needs it more than any other neighborhood that I can possibly imagine. There's so many unique one-of-one businesses on the strip of Avenue Road between Joycey and Lawrence. Currently, people do not come, from my experience, all over the city to shop, generally speaking. I know there's exceptions, but they should, because there are a lot of great, unique businesses on Avenue Road. And I think if we just brighten it up a little bit with some benches, some flowers, some events, we will get to choose how to spend this money. We're not talking about a lot of money. just a basic amount of money to take care of the street and we need to fix parking too. If we could talk about parking, I'd love to talk about parking.
Don't go there.
All right. But for now, there are lots of things that we can implement to make the neighborhood a destination for the rest of the city. And one of the other is in Leaside. And people come from all over the city to shop at Leaside. It's a great neighborhood. And I believe the BIA has a lot to do with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think those are the questions they are. Thank you, Mr. Leahy.
Thank you for your time.
You bet. Councillors, if you'll indulge, we're going to give one more try to Geeta Kale at the top of the list because she has hung up and reconnected. We think we're there. Ms. Kale? Geeta?
Good morning. Can you hear me now?
We can. Thank you for trying again.
Hello?
We can hear you. So I'm going to set your timer for 5 minutes. Go ahead. Do we? Ms. Kale?
Hi, my name is Geeta Kale, and I'm both. Yeah, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hello? Hi, my name is Geeta Kale, and I'm both a property manager and owner of property situated on Avenue Road in the Upper Avenue Road area. I'm speaking here representing myself and 4 other owners on Avenue Road in regards to the proposed Upper Avenue BIA poll results. I'm speaking today to share my experience with the poll and poll notice. First, out of the 5 owners I represent, only 3 received a letter in the mail notifying the landlord of the poll. Second, although those letters included instructions for the owners to distribute the blank ballot to the non-residential tenants of the buildings, those directions were not clear, nor were they outlined in a place of priority. As a result, in our case, it was not until November 29th that I read the letters more carefully. At that time, realizing our obligation, I immediately sent an email providing notice and information about the poll and a blank ballot to the 6 non-residential tenants of the buildings I manage. Unfortunately, this meant that all received late notice from respective landlords. Out of those 6, 1 immediately replied and had already voted. Had voted in favor of the BIA and had had a elected person. A non-residential tenant emailed me back thanking me for the information and advising me that he had sent in a ballot. He had voted against the BIA. I did not hear back from the other 4 non-residential tenants, but at least one of my emails went to the wrong address. Given the lack of notice to some failure to realize that they were required to pass information to their within 30 days of receipt of the barriers to passing that information on, for example, it's been clear to me were ballot form. I don't feel the requirements of Chapter 29 of the Toronto Municipal Code Section 2.3 were met. In addition, and contrary to Chapter 19 of the Toronto Municipal Code, subsection C, which states that the steering committee shall also distribute the notice to all persons who are non-residential tenants of those properties receiving notice under subsection A, only 1 out of 6 non-residential tenants advised me that he had received such notice. And that was the tenant who had been visited by the steering committee members. And during that visit, the members collected his ballot in favor of the BIA. Finally, according to the city, there were 8 negative votes returned to the poll. Of those 8 votes, 4 of those votes are from a combination of owners and non-residential tenants in the properties I manage. Given the outpouring of letters submitted to the committee expressing people's common experience in not receiving any notice either from the city, their landlord, and or the steering committee, given that so many people have expressed that they would have voted no had they had received such notice, and given that Alex Frazier was able to garner the signatures of 50 people on a petition detailing that people failed to get notice and had the intention to vote no, I do not believe that the results of this poll accurately reflect the true feelings of the community towards enacting a BAA on Ebony Road. Thank you for consideration, and I hope you will see that and extend it, allow all members of the community to have their voices heard with proper notice and not during a postal strike. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for persisting in getting through, Ms. Kale. Thanks for your remarks. Okay, I'm going to take it into committee now for questions. Councillor Fletcher, I know you're going to ask the questions.
Yes,
Help us out here.
Thank you. No, I just wanted staff to walk through what the requirements are in setting up a BIA, please. Just quickly, step by step, and if any were missed.
Sure. Through the chair, to you, Councillor Fletcher, there's effectively 5 steps. I'll walk you through those, and I'm accompanied by my colleagues, Mary Gregg, who's the Manager of Registry Services for City Clerks, and Leslie Vogie with Economic Development Culture, and they'll weigh in on anything I miss. But effectively, the 5 that are determined by the Municipal Code Chapter 19, Sections 19.2.2, 19.2.3, are the following 5. 1, if there is interest, a steering committee is struck representing eligible businesses. So those be property holders or tenanted businesses, and sometimes other members of the community. It is the responsibility in the second step of that steering committee communicating with the city and the local councillor's office to gauge whether or not there is broad community interest in establishing a BIA, and thereafter communicate that to the city. Should there be sufficient interest, step 3 is the city convenes meetings. Those are led by Economic Development and Culture in order to inform the community, and particularly is how it is financed, how it is governed, and what benefits it can deliver to the community. In this instance, those 2 meetings were held May 16 and May 21 of 2024. In the second instance, the May 21 meeting, there was, as referred to by Mr. Leahy, a poll taken, a secret ballot taken among the 41 attendees at the event, which returned 78% in favor vote. So that was step 3. Having established that interest, we moved to step 4. That's the formal poll conducted by the city clerk's office. And in that instance, 178 ballots went out in the period of October 15 with a return date of December 13. And of those 178, 74 were returned with 66 in favor and 8 against, or an 89% in favor vote. That's step 4. Step 5 is that information received, it's written up in a staff report to council, and ultimately council would approve and adopt a bylaw to establish that given BIA.
And then the Canada Post strike raised, did that interfere with any of the
Very much. The chair, the polling period took place between October 18th and December 13th, 2024. The Canada Post strike was started November 15th and ended on December 17th of 2024. Assuming with standard and mailing time, strike started. Typically, BIA polls see a very high response via email. Typically, we almost see solely responses through email. There were a number of generic ballots added to this poll, and all of those were mainly done by email. However, it's impossible to know if the strike actually impacted the rate of return ballots for distributing to non-residential tenants.
And did you have ballots that rolled in after that date of December 17th?
Ballots that were postmarked after the date of the last day of the poll, which was December 13th, and they came in, I'm not positive what date, but they were postmarked after the December 13th date, and they would not have influenced the results of the poll.
I guess my question is, though, because the strike started in mid-October, were there any ballots that were sent they might have been postmarked late because they'd gone in during the strike, I would guess. But are there any others that straggled in there?
No, since that time, there were only 3 ballots returned after the date of the close of the poll to the chair.
Okay. Okay, we'll come back to that. Thank you very much.
Okay, those are your questions? Okay. Are there any other questions for staff? I just have one. Let me just, whoop, there's the clock on my, so we have here, because it now is before council, and whatever's come here would to council after this. How long would it take to do a repoll? It sounds like there is a practice here of using email. So is that's still legitimate to, if we were to do the poll by email and get responses? That is a possibility and still procedurally ranks?
So thank you. So to the chair, there is a practice, but the code has to be amended. So with a previous poll that was done in 2021, that was interrupted or impacted at least by COVID, we did extend the poll itself. So we reopened the poll. We didn't re-poll, we reopened the poll. So that way the voters that cast ballots in that initial polling period were still counted.
Oh,
and I think that is important because otherwise they may not vote in the second poll, maybe disenfranchised. So there's a possibility that you could reopen, move this to council, and then they would have to amend Chapter 19 of the municipal code in order to do that. So we'd be waiving a section of it. And so for that point, they could, like Section 19.2 of the code would have to be waived in order to make that work.
Okay.
And then we would reopen it. There is a fair amount of manual effort to tabulate the poll, so it wouldn't be an immediate process, but it could be done.
Okay. 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 Those are my questions. Councillor Fletcher asked the rest. So if there are no other questions, I'm going to go to speakers. Councillor.
Yes, I believe that there's a motion to send this. Is that correct?
Okay.
Yes, yes, in order to continue to look at any of these issues here, this new information from the clerk about options. And so I would move that. Able to be with us here today. And then just to say that it's unfortunate that, and I'm on many BIAs, and if this is a successful BIA, members will still come forward and say, I didn't get any information about that. And also, I have clarified with staff that everything was done according to Hoyle, that there were no steps. I know that what happens often is that business owners, even with BIAs, they're trying to run a small business. We found this during COVID, that around payments, around everything, particularly around half TO, that we're running like, trying to stay afloat, you're running your business, and often that's not the most important piece of information that you're looking at. You think you look at that later, because you've got bills to pay. So it's just one of those, I'll call the between the world really works. But this is, I didn't know I had to pay I didn't get that property tax bill. Well, you did get the property tax bill, but you may not have paid it on time. So the onus is on, in this case, is on those folks who are trying to put a BIA together in doing their work right. And the people who are receiving the information to respond to that information. And I'm sure there's more, we could delve into how many meetings or who came. Having 178 ballots go out and 74 come back, I think that's fairly, could be quite high. I've been in very long BIA on the Danforth where I don't think that was the return rate, or on Queen Street. But no matter what happens, I just think that we'll have to have a very close eye on this and give a lot of assistance to all the businesses that would be part of this new BIA, and that would fall on the city to do that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is that a question of the mover or to speak?
Speak.
Okay.
Question to the mover.
There is I thought there might be. Councillor Mantis, you have a question for Councillor Fletcher?
Just a quick question. Councillor Fletcher, are we not able to, is council the only body that can ask to reopen the polling that was conducted?
I think that's better asked to staff, and perhaps you should have asked it at that point, Councillor.
I was trying to, but then we went to speakers.
I'll leave that with the chair.
I'm sorry, I'm terrible at hybrid. I'm always reminding councillors, even when I'm sitting in the chamber, do you know how hard it is for the speaker when it's hybrid? Sorry, Councillor Mantis. So I'm gonna break with tradition and answer a question on behalf of staff. That's what they indicated to us. It's council that does that. I just checked. That's why I left my chair for a second. I just checked that. Yeah.
Okay, then knowing that, instead of sending a recommendation, no recommendation to council, could we not send a recommendation asking for the reopening of the polling?
I don't know who you're asking questions to, but we have finished with staff. And my motion is
you're asking that of
there's a
Councillor
motion
Fletcher?
to send this without recommendation. So if you wish to speak and say to do something different, Councillor, I just recommend you put a separate motion. But I'm sure the chair would do that too. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Moise to speak?
Thank you, and through Madam Speaker. I support the recommendation to move it to council with the recommendations. That way, Deputy Mayor Cole can actually speak to it and make adjustments where needed. I just want to add that in my ward of Toronto Centre, we have 5 BIAs, and they're all thriving. Only 5. We're actually, well, 6 actually. we just established a new one recently, and they're all thriving. I'm also the small business advocate for the City of Toronto, and I've had the privilege of going across the city, speaking to various BIAs across the city. And I can say to you that many of the business owners that I speak to and the EDs of the BIAs are very pleased with each and every one of them. They are just thriving across the city. I believe, one of the things that we can try and do across the city is actually create more BIAs, not less. And I'm happy to see that Deputy Mayor Cole is trying to do that in his ward of Eglinton Lawrence. And I have full confidence that this will be successful when it goes through council next month. So thank you.
Okay. I just noticed Chair Bravo's camera is on. Did you wish to speak to this, Chair Bravo? Or are we're still struggling?
If you can hear me.
Yeah, we can right now. We're crossing our fingers.
Okay, so yeah, I think it's I'd like to support Councillor Fletcher's motion to send to council without recommendations. I think it is a good opportunity to have a further airing with the local councillor, and also this gives an opportunity to the residents who come to committee to communicate with any member of council that they want in writing. So I think it allows a democratic airing for the next month, and I think it's a good and elegant solution.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Mantis to speak. Councillor Mantis?
Madam Chair, I just want to thank my colleagues for the clarification for the questions before, and I'm also in support of Councillor Fletcher's motion.
Okay, wonderful. I just have a quick comment myself. I'm going to support Councillor Fletcher's direction, and I want to thank her for helping us out here in person. I sit in this chair not having a single BIA, not a single one. First, you're going to have to build me an avenue. These are challenges when your avenue is all contained in a covered mall. And there are a number of suburban wards where that's the case. But I do know this from years of doing getting together Tabia and others to look at the budgets, to look at the initiative. And I do know that we're deeply committed to growing BIAs. That is one of our Sidewalks to Skylines priorities that I think is still meaningful given the trade war we're about to go into. Avenues are going to need our partnership and their own collaborative efforts more than they ever have before. If we're going to have buy local campaigns, go out and hit your avenue and tell small businesses that they're still relevant and you're with them, one for all and all for one, then a BIA really helps that happen. And so there's work that needs to be done here. We're very fortunate here because because of the March break, the schedule is such that without recommendation doesn't mean 2 weeks, it means almost a whole month. And so I really think that for the local councillor to have this kick at the can of a month to try and figure these things out is definitely worth it. If he needs to move that second council, they can do that at council then. But there is time to hit the ground and try and resolve some of the issues. Ireland, as a city unit, EDC stands ready to support any place where we can improve your chances getting through the next 4 years. Working with you as a BIA, we're ready and willing to do it. And so by doing without recommendations, the first thing we do is give this month to the local community and the councillor to and if not, I'm sure that will take part in. So, and I think I was the last to comment. And what that means then, thank you, Councillor Mantis, because what that means now is we just have one motion to adopt, and that's Councillor Fletcher's motion to forward this to council without recommendation at this time. Is that on the screen so that people can see that at home? We have so many watching at home. There we go. So what this means, if deputants are still calling, is that we're not making a determination today. That determination won't be made until council, which I believe starts March 26th. There you go, a month from today. And so we're going to put that motion on the table today. All in favor of Councillor Fletcher's motion? I think we have our virtual attendees, both Councillor Mantis and Chair Bravo, in favor as well. Any opposed? So we can record that.
Chair,
thank you so much.
I just want to make sure that your explanation was very clear to everybody who's online. Because what I've noticed here is that there's a lot of he said, she said, I got it, I didn't get it. So just to be...
That's why I made a point of saying that. We have a decision today. No decision will be taken until this is in council on March 26th. We are leaving the month to the local community and the support from staff to seek whatever remedy they can. But council is not going to determination about Upper Avenue.
I want to note, though, just on of order, that in sending this without recommendation, that I strongly believe this committee is not saying something done improperly by staff around this file. That doesn't mean that.
I get your response, and thank you for that. That should be clear to those listening online as well. Decision, but we are recording no opinion. That's an important councillor. Okay.
Not sending because we think there's something that didn't do properly. We're just leaving some space, correct?
that people that we're taking no at this time. Leaves us to the local community to discuss. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Okay, councillors. We got that one done, and we have another hour. So, councillors are going to move on to item number, which is the Toronto Community Housing Tenant Engagement System and its implementation plan. Oh, I thought that was number 4. Oh, I'm sorry, gentlemen. I'm sorry. Yes, we can go to number 4.
Because we have
I
a
am
lot
not
of very
perfect.
high
I am
paid staff
fallible,
sitting
and I
here.
just had a fault. I skipped a number.
No.
Everybody calm down. We're going to number 4. I skipped a number. That's all. We're going back to it now.
No, that's not my point. My point is if we could please go to number 4, which, number 5, just because we have the CEO, we have the COO, we have a lot of our senior staff from TCH waiting here.
Okay.
And my goal is always to get them in committee and get them out of committee as quickly as possible.
Okay, unfortunately, we did not reorder the agenda this morning, and we have deputants for both items, and having not reordered the agenda this morning, I'm going to try to do both of them. We have 1 hour, and both have short lists of deputants, so I'm really hoping we can do that. Because we're just going to take a couple of quick deputants, but they were here on time, did register, and we did not seek to reorder. I apologize. So item number 4, quickly, we have a couple of speakers, and this is a proposed pilot for non-motorized mobile food vendors in University-Rosedale area. I have 2 deputants, Michael Mavrogiannis. Good morning. And just before you start, Mr. Mavrogiannis, if you are attending virtual, clerks have asked if you could leave your cameras on. Yes, if you are attending virtually, councillors, I need you to have your camera on. That's how clerks know we have quorum. I also need councillors of the committee who are here in person. I guess I'm picking on Councillors Moyse and Candeval now. Because we have virtual attendees and we don't always know if they are with us, if you are going to leave this committee room when you started out in person, I would really appreciate it if you would come and tell myself or the clerk, because we are having a great deal of difficulty this morning knowing whether or not we have quorum from 1 minute to the next. Seats, and so I have bare quorum at the moment. I was in the room. I unfortunately cannot say that gives me bare quorum +1. If you are going to leave the room, I would really appreciate it if you would come and let us know, because with virtual attendees, clerks are constantly having to count quorum. Thanks very much. Okay, Mr. Mavrogiannis, thanks for waiting. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and everybody. My name is Michael Mavrogiannis. I'm a street vendor for over 35 years, and I'm here to discuss the matter in hand. First of all, before I start, clarification, that's why I'm here. I'm not here to take sides. I'm just here to clarify a few things. What is the city's policy to notify the people on these meetings? Because nobody knew about this meeting and nobody knew about this item. That's the first question.
This is, I'm sorry to be awkward, this is deputation time. It's not a questions and answers until after you speak, but just so that you can get off to the local counselor is
concerns about, can I say that? Is there anybody here to answer them?
How it works is you have 5 minutes to speak, and there may or may not be a counselor who wants to ask you a question. So if you want to in your say, these are questions that have yet to be answered for me about this thing you're considering today.
Okay.
It's speaking, and you won't get an answer immediately, but it will tell us something about how you're feeling.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so these are my questions. This pilot project that they want to do, it's basically somebody towing a food trailer to a parking meter.
What councillors have any questions of you, and if not, now that you've listed those, I was making notes, we will be asking those questions of staff. Are there any questions of Mr. Mavrogiannis? Seeing none, you're welcome to go back to your seat, but if you stay, you'll hear us asking those questions of staff.
Would it be today?
Yeah, we're going to consider the item as soon as we've heard the two speakers that are registered.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Fair enough. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming. Yeah.
Thank you.
Is there a George Zigos here?
Okay, I'm his friend, so he clarified all the questions.
Did you? Oh, okay, okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, thanks very much. Did you have any comments you wanted to make?
Not really, so we just interested what is going to be the changes in our...
Right. Gotcha. Okay, so we're when I take it into committee, those are questions we will have for city staff, and they're here today. Okay, thank you. Okay, so councillors, we're going to go into committee. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher?
Yes, that question. These are vendors, I think, long-time people in the food industry. We've really sought to protect those trucks. And so I'm wondering what the impact is going to be, or if we're going to look at that impact.
Oh, Mr. Mavrogiannis here. You're welcome to take your seat.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. We're all gonna speak up now so that they can hear.
That doesn't
We'll
happen
make sure
very
that,
often.
Yes, we don't often have people asking Councillor Fletcher to speak up, but it was fun to do. And Councillor staff are mic'd as well, so we'll get questions and answers. Yes.
So the question is there going to be an opportunity? These are vendors of long standing, I believe, with the city and our food programs. We've had many conversations over the years about locations, different things. We've had the failed food tables or whatever they were. We have our food trucks that are vending, but only certain places. What is the opportunity going to be for this industry to be able to be part of a consultation on the impact on their businesses with this motion?
So to the speaker, it's going to be a lengthy answer. I apologize, but it's very complicated. This report that's before you is a directive from council from the last meeting, December 17th and 18th, the last of the year. It was very prescriptive in just allowing a pilot for Ward 11 for these types of operators. Concurrently, we are undergoing a comprehensive review of the street vending bylaw, and we will be reporting back in the fourth quarter of this year. And it will take into consideration the results of this pilot, because it's from April 1st to December 31st. It will also take into consideration the moratorium that was placed on hot dog carts in the downtown in 2002. It will look at mobile vending, those that were brought in 2014, and it will also look at the stationary trucks, the ice cream and hot dog stationary trucks that have a sunset clause of 2026 on them. All of that consultation is taking place now, and we will continue our research and best practices, and we will also look at the results of this particular pilot that has been requested by council.
So on that, these folks don't seem to be very aware of that consultation that's underway now. Why would that be?
I'm not certain. They may not be aware of this particular pilot, but the consultation that we've sent out communication to all our vendors. All those categories that I mentioned: hot dog carts, mobile vendors, and stationary vendors. It's coming.
Oh, it's not happened yet.
It's coming. Sorry.
So we just heard from the BIA, from people on the street. I didn't get that. And I'm assuming you're going to be making sure that everybody's consulted on any changes that you may be recommending, or everybody understanding what the current situation actually is. That would be very helpful, actually, Madam Chair, because there's a lot of new councillors for us all to understand what the current threshold is. So this is prescribed by City Council. If it has been prescribed, why are we having to do that here if we've already decided to do that, or Councillor Sachs brought that in? and City Council approved it. Why is it at this committee?
I think what she asked for was the feasibility of conducting a pilot in Ward 11. We quickly took a look at that and we felt that it was doable. And we put a quick report together to allow it to happen.
Okay, describe the carts for me, please, what exactly they are.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. Then I'll answer the deputant's question as well, because it was a good question. These are trailers that can either be dismounted, for lack of a better word, from the vehicle that pulls them. You have an option to use the truck and the trailer, and you would take up 2 spots and you would have to pay for those 2 spots. These are in pay and display spots. If you removed the truck and parked it somewhere else and you left your trailer there, you could vend for 5 hours only, and then you have to move. So it's similar to the rules related to mobiles, but they have to use pay and display on when they're using green P type of parking. If they are operating on private property where they enter an agreement with University of Toronto parking lot or something along those lines, they do not, that's a separate piece of.
That's not under our jurisdiction.
It's not under our jurisdiction, other than the fact that they have a license with us and they pass a health inspection.
So they have a license. So this is a more than 3-hour rule for our food truck vendors. Could you park a vendor in front of a restaurant for 5 hours using this type of food cart?
No, you can't. I think it's either 25 or 30 meters from an open and operating restaurant. You have to be distanced from them.
So how many spots is that in Ward 13?
I don't know exactly, but well, also the other rule around it is it's only 2 vendors per block face.
Per block face, 2 vendors.
Yeah.
And the businesses, are these in any BIA areas that you're speaking about? Have they been consulted?
They can be in a BIA. They were not consulted. Again, consultation was not permitted in anything extensively, but we will moving forward. I think, we're hearing today about the importance of BIAs, and we will engage with our colleagues in ECDEV and get the names of those BIAs and work with them between now and council to advise them that this is happening.
So in other words, in a block face, 4 parking spots could be removed.
They could be removed, but they would be required to pay to use that spot. But the parking
that would not be market value.
They'd pay the same as a vehicle.
Isn't selling anything. Thank you.
Correct.
Madam Chair, if I may, if you can hear me, I have a question as well.
Chair Bravo, I have Councillor Candeval, and then I'll come right to you. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair Carroll, and through you to staff. I'm curious and interested in this potential pilot and the work that's happening in the consultation. Many times we hear from residents about the lack of diversity, the lack of options when it comes to quote unquote street food. As I've shared with you already, I'm going into March to create an amendment to create an option within my ward, Ward 20, but specifically within Bluffers Park, where we have great attendance during spring and summer. What challenges, if any, can be identified in regards to this pilot in a park? And I'm not sure if PFR is here to speak to it.
Yeah, I'll start, and if Parks wants to add. Many parks already have agreements with vendors that may preclude secondary vendors. High Park is an example that I'm aware of because we've had a vendor years ago who wanted to sell chocolate-covered bananas in a banana cart.
The Bluth family, yeah.
Yeah.
The money's always in the.
And that was not permitted in High Park because there's a lease agreement with Grenadier Cafe. Yeah. There are other waterfront parks. I know we've had a lot in the beach. I can't think of the name of the restaurant there, but we've always had leases there that preclude other. So what's important in your idea is that we look at the feasibility of it, and we would work with our partners in parks to see if it is feasible. I'm not sure what agreements are in Bluffers Park that would allow or preclude this activity. So I'll pass it to my colleague in PFNR.
Good morning, through the chair. I couldn't agree more. Councillor, we'd need to explore that specifically with our leases and agreement staff and get back to you if we can take that offline.
Okay, so just for clarity, with my request, that's contingent on whatever existing agreements there are with sites on site. In the motion by Councillor Sachs, this is to confirm on city property that's on the road, and is this particular to areas that have been designated as street vending areas, or not?
To the speaker, the designated, they are able to mobile vend on any pay and display sites as long as they pay the parking, and that they are 30 meters from a open and operating restaurant, and then there's 2 per block face. Again, there's a criteria that we set out in 2014. We too want to increase opportunities for different types of foods, and that was brought in 2014 and continues to be looked at, and we'll be looking at this in depth and bringing back a fulsome report at the end of the year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bravo.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. My questions start with the process here. If this, just to be clear for anyone who's watching this and has concerns of the treatment that other vendors are fear may be unfair in relation to this, is this something that was initiated by staff? Had it been done by staff, would it have been done in this way?
Through the speaker, this was not staff initiated. We would not have done it this way. This was a request by the councillor for Ward 11 that was then approved by council. We quickly turned it around with a very prescriptive focus to allow this pilot to happen, to allow us to assess whether this is a feasible option in our city.
And the terms on which you were able to assess feasibility did not include an analysis of economic impacts on others, consultation with the BIAs. It didn't allow for a concurrence or some kind of rational coming together of the broader consultation that you're undertaking. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And there, would you agree that there are potential unintended consequences that come out of the direction that was adopted by council in support of the local councillor's motion here?
Absolutely, there are unintended consequences with proceeding this way.
And yes, I think that what I see here is that there are some very serious concerns. We have this at committee here, but I just wanted to be very clear to anyone that this is not initiated by city staff. So I heard one of the deputies say what the city is proposing, and that I just wanted to clarify. Would you agree that the best way to proceed would have been to have any review of or proposal of different options to be considered alongside the robust, open, democratic, and equitable review that you're going to be conducting with consultation with various stakeholders at the end of this year?
Thank you for the question. In a perfect world, yes, we would like to do all of those things. This was a request made to us, approved by council to expedite this, and we have honored that direction.
You've done the best you can considering the parameters and the restrictions and the direction that you received, correct?
That's correct. In short order, we pulled together this report to allow this pilot to take place this spring.
And finally, you have a number of urgent issues that you're dealing with in terms of municipal licensing and standards, and so providing resources to this is something that we also should consider, correct?
With any staff report request, it's important to note that it supplants other body of work that we were working on. So however, we take direction from council and we have honored that direction.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair Bravo. I just want to ask a question about that motion that council adopted. This is why I cringe when we're moving motions. Mr. Grant, we have before us what's before us is the direct fallout of adopting a motion to report back to us by this meeting on the establishment of a pilot, and it's quite prescriptive. It's quite prescriptive because this motion comes from one vendor on U of T campus having a problem, and we're trying to solve that one person's problem. But the pilot solution, what we asked is for you to report back here. Because we asked for a report back, that doesn't mean that we predetermined when we voted for the motion what the outcome would be. It doesn't mean we have to now vote for it. We just asked you to tell us what this would look like. And you've done that very well and really put guidelines around it as best we can. I'm putting you on the spot here, but while we want to solve the problem of one coffee and baked goods vendor, that's what the motion tells us at U of T campus, are there any unintended consequences, even though it's just a pilot for 6 odd months and they would be unlicensed the day after the pilot ends? Are there any unintended consequences that we should be aware of for the rest of Ward 11?
DIAs.
The short answer is we don't know what the unintended consequences are, but hearing the discussion today and recognizing the size of the ward, the impact on other businesses, on other vendors, it does have unintended consequences. I can't speak to what those are exactly. Again, in my earlier answer, in a perfect world, we would include this as part of the full review. We are looking at 2% of 100% of the problem. What we have done here to be equitable is we didn't just allow an exemption for this one vehicle because that would be, I think it would be unfair and it'd be bonusing. What we've done is allow the pilot to happen in Ward 11, but it allows others who want to enter that market to do so in a similar fashion using this similar type of equipment.
Are you concerned at all that now as you proceed with the consultation with the vendors, that consultation will not be about the future of vending writ large, it will be just meetings full of outrage about this pilot? Is that a concern and an unintended consequence?
Absolutely, it's an unintended consequence. We are dealing with one vendor, one problem when there are, not problem, but there are a multitude of issues, and this addresses one, but we haven't addressed the 37 other issues that we have that challenge this industry.
Yes, they do have challenges. And if we adopt today, it doesn't go into effect. The reason for starting the pilot as of April 1st, it cannot go into effect until council adopts our recommendations. Am I right about that?
That's correct. The intent is, I think it's April 1st to December 31st. We want to get kind of 8 months of information to determine.
No, I'm referring to from February 26th till council adopts on March 26th.
It can't start until April 1st.
Right. So one could, if we do adopt today, we could consider that a notice period in which the industry knows the intentions, but council will have the second sober thought.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, excellent. Those are my questions.
Sorry, Claire, can I just clarify what you just said, please? That we would adopt this today, but it's going to City Council. So whether or not this proceeds on April 1st would be left in the hands of City Council. Is that what you just said?
Exactly. All committees are really just here for the pleasure of council. We do the groundwork, but council has the final say, and that will happen March 26th. Got it. Okay. Councillor Moyes, you had questions?
Yes, my apologies. Through you, Madam Speaker, I know this motion has University-Rosedale written all over it. And we're speaking about one particular vendor in Ward 11. But based on what Mr. Grant just said, he said that any vendor who fits that description, only in the ward and not across the city? Only in the ward. Okay. That's interesting. Okay, thank you.
That's why I always say, look at those motions before you vote on them, council. Are there any other questions of staff or the speakers to the item? Councillor Candeval?
Thank you. Through you, Chair. This has stirred interesting discussion and I think necessary discussion over many years growing up and now as councillor, the conversation of food options in the City of Toronto with its diversity and complexity and size has always reared its head, especially in relationship to other major cities across the world. So I think though there's obvious complexity to this topic, I think it's important that we engage and look at creative solutions that balance interests and provide options in public spaces. And I'm looking forward to how this evolves, and particularly, of course, in my ward, to look at options in a very public space that we've had many challenges with community during the summer at Bluffers Park, and many times, and I'm grateful to the construction of the multi-use trail down Brimley Road, but oftentimes we've heard from residents the pains families take to bring down coolers of food to enjoy a simple picnic, and why we have no options directly at Bluffers Park is beyond me as we enter the 50th year next year there. So I'm hopeful we can bring the creativity and action required to make our public spaces better. Our residents certainly deserve it. So looking forward to this item and how we grow options for food in public spaces. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'll add myself to the list, please.
Well, you can have that down there.
Chair Bravo?
It's not.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand that there are reasons behind the request to regularize this kind of business, and I will be voting in favor of this as it moves to council. I think we also have to be transparent and plain that having a rule that's only for one particular ward does generate questions in other wards, and a rule that's for one business does generate questions among other businesses. And I think that I hope that when the review is completed by Municipal Licensing and Standard, as by Mr. Grant, that we will have a better set of rules that are permissive enough, that allow for entrepreneurship and innovation and great service all over the city. And my questions have been simply to clarify that this division is acting in the direction of council, and that there are, there will be pain points along the way when people have questions and have fears. And that's what these committees are for, to air those questions, to get the answers from staff, and to make sure that we're doing this work in a very public way, which is one of the great advantages of municipal government, unlike the provincial and federal government, where you would never see this kind of deliberation. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Bravo. Councillor Fletcher.
Yeah, I'm glad that we clarified, Chair, that this is going to go now to council. I too feel it's unfortunate that this wasn't just added in this larger consultation, because I can't remember, I think we spent 2 years to have the food trucks sorted out. And it was a great idea. It's just where can they go? What's going to be the impact, et cetera, et cetera. And now there are many options for food trucks that aren't taking a parking spot. There could be at the beach. And we've just had a great conversation, Councillor Candeval, down at Bluffers Park. There can be all kinds of food trucks down there, no restaurants. High Park and Woodbine Beach have a restaurant. So they're exclusive zones. Everywhere else, you can have food trucks. So this is adding another option in, but after we heard the food trucks, it's very important we're careful where things are going vis-a-vis restaurants. And we were reminded about restaurants and the property taxes that they pay versus the parking authority rate that's being paid. So it's this fine balance that we're trying to get to in the City of Toronto. I think we have a lot of new councillors, and they really are excited about using all of the instruments that we have. It would be very helpful if Mr. Grant and his team were able to lay out all the options in every ward that's possible around making food more accessible, whether they're, maybe that's also for parks, where there could be markets, where there can be food trucks, where there can be more things to bring people together, or when they're together, they have more options. And that might even be something that you or our chair might want to organize that, so we see how that's all worked out. And I love the idea of bringing more things forward. I caution that what seems very easy to do, once we get all of the interests involved, we're now managing something very carefully. So let's see where we get to at City Council. I don't think all the vendors who have food trucks or vending licenses in certain spots in the city know about this yet, or in that ward, so I'm not sure what the fairness requirement is to have advised them, and I'm not sure I asked that question either. But I think at council, that's going to be one of the questions. What is the fairness requirement to advise on a pilot that may impact, given somebody else's business, given how controversial some of this has been, to arrive at what I call the sweet spot, where everybody gets what they need. And that's always what we're striving for business. And I think, Councillor Carroll, that is your cape is on for all those kinds of things, to make sure everybody can operate their business. Nobody has a special advantage. We find the sweet spot for every kind of business, whether it's a big restaurant, whether it's somebody that's just going to be selling ice cream, whatever it is, that we can make arrangements, but we're not going to have a negative impact on one group over another. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. It is hard when you've been there before. About a half of council is really tired of hearing it. I know that we're well-intentioned, and we go on our vacations. We go to places like Austin, Texas, and there's trucks everywhere, and we think, why isn't that happening in Toronto? There are two things that make me want to head for the hills when I find them on the agenda. Anything to do with food vending or vehicles for hire. Get me out of here. These are very delicate things. They are very delicate balances built over years. And it is because, everybody says, why is Toronto such a pain with these things? But it is because we are coming from a regime where we started out with a very limited definition, very limited number of licenses, and some of the people that you see sitting here had to wait in a queue for years to get a license because we had so limited the number of places in town you could have it. And then they invested their life savings in those businesses and those licenses, expecting to have a specialized market in a specialized place. Now that's not the modern business environment, things are changing in every major city, and so we got to figure that out. Change is always hard. But in this case, because it includes licensing, it's very delicate. What Mr. Grant's division has done for us is they have exactly complied with this motion. But I will tell you this, I turned around to the local councillor, who very unfortunately is not here today. I really wish, and I hope she's monitoring somehow, or her staff team is. I said, are you sure you want to do this? Because we just vote for those motions. It's 2 o'clock, and we're going to be done by 3. It's just a report request, say yes. There are always unintended consequences when it isn't a report on the feasibility, but come back with the finished product, please. It'll be a report, but come back with the thing. Then we come into the committee and we feel like, oh, we have to vote for it. It exists now. That's exactly what we asked for, and we got it. But what we also got today was the community saying, what's going on here? The business community is saying to us, what? So we're putting our staff in a very volatile place now, because Mr. Mavrogiannis and all of his partners in licensing will have nothing else they can do but go and yell at, once again, they'll be yelling at MLNS, because who else are you going to yell at? And all Mr. Grant did was comply with our motion. I'm going to vote for this because, you know, I like to follow the chair as her vice chair, and I'm going to do that. But like that other item, I'm going to think of February 26th to March 26th as a notice period. I dare say the local councillor is going to hear from a few people between February 26th and March 26th. If we take this decision today, we're forwarding it on to council for them to make the final decision, and that leaves you 1 month to really get in touch with the local councillor. And I would suggest that it should be the local councillor, not just the staff members, but we need to know as councillors what is the possible impact here, and whether you'd like to go right now with this, or whether you think that you should have your consultative process that Mr. Grant is offering and about to start, and then do the pilot. I think you want to have that conversation, and I think we will come up with some sort of wise solution. And again, the reason we have committees and then council is the final arbiter. They're where we've had our second sober thoughts, and then we decide ultimately what we want to do, not just in Ward 11, but we have to keep in mind its citywide impacts. So I'm going to follow Chair Bravo's instruction. Sorry, Councillor Moyes? Oh, sorry, I didn't have you on the list. That's why I started blathering on. No problem. I don't need to go last. But those are my comments. Thank you. Councillor Moyes?
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I too don't like this motion, but I'm going to plug my nose and support it. You know, since I became a councillor almost 3 years now, I've been working really closely with the Regent Park community to find pop-up space for them. There's a lot of independent people there who wants to establish a business of some sort. And I've been working with them to try to find appropriate spaces for them. Even in the Regent Park phases 4 and 5, we're trying to create some space for pop-up space for them, and community space and all these things. And we've been going through the process, right? I've been working with community. We're not there yet, but you know, I am working with them. And I almost feel that this is jumping the line a little bit. Especially, and maybe a little biased here, but especially in University-Rosedale, of all places, right? Of all places in the city, this is where this is taking place. But maybe I'm just biased, I don't know. But I'm gonna keep a close eye on this one. I'm sure many people will be, as we should. But and I know when this came forth by the local councillor as well, and I actually had conversations with her about it, and I shared my concerns with her about it as well. But, and I know at the time it was just one individual vendor we were talking about, and now I'm being told that it is the entire ward with similar folks who similar machines, we're gonna call them vendors. But anyways, I will vote for it here now at committee, but we'll see what happens at council. I may change my mind then. We'll see.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think those are all the speakers. So what we have before us are the committee recommendations. I have no additional motions. And Councillor Mantis declared a conflict on this item. So we're going to do a recorded vote, okay? Which includes, you'll see that we only have one virtual attendee at the moment, which is Chair Bravo. So all in favor of the staff recommendations, please leave your hand in the air until the clerks have called out your name.
All those in favor of the motions in the staff report? Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Candevella, Councillor Carroll, Councillor Moyes, Councillor Malik, Councillor Bravo, that motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And now if we are really disciplined about it, we got 20 minutes to try and deal with the next item. I have one deputant on the next item, and that is Jacqueline Yu. If you'd like to come forward, we're moving to the engagement plan now. Councillors, this is the Toronto Community Housing Tenant Engagement System and the implementation plan. Good morning. Oops. There we are. So you'll have 5 minutes to speak. Good morning. Yeah, just push the button until it lights up.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee. My name is Jacqueline Yu. Thank you for providing me the opportunity to share my comment on item EC 18.5, the TCHC Tenant Engaged System Implementation Plan. I would like to express my concern regarding the Engage Together model that combine building and townhouse community under a single community representative. The model is fundamentally unfair and lack equity, diversity, and inclusion from the outset. Townhouses often represent their own interests exclusively, prioritize their own items, and advocate for changes that may be detrimental to apartment building tenants. This is unjust. Each building should have its own representative. The tenant engaged system and implementation plan cannot justify having townhouse tenants represent apartment buildings. Townhouse tenants are unlikely to understand the unique problem faced by apartment building residents and vice versa. This Engage Together model, which combines townhouses and buildings under the same representative, if its own problem is solved. Since 2021, many TCHC tenants have been negatively affected by the tenant engaged refresh model, which places building and townhouse community under the same representative, who does not live in the building. This representative assume leadership role, control my building, all common spaces for illegal activity, and influence decision at my building, including future development and budget allocation. In reality, my building has received no benefit whatsoever from the tenant engaged refresh, except for bullying and harassment. 99% of my building tenants don't even know who our tenant service coordinator is. And we never have a meeting or received information from the tenant engaged system since 2018. We are unaware of who actually our community service coordinator is, and all claim of our building tenant fund and benefit are controlled by external provider. My building has not received a single cent or help since 2018. The teachers' executive leadership team and regional general manager have ignored tenants' complaints about the nonsensical Engage Together model. They have used inaccurate information, tenant report, and feedback without consultation my building's tenants implementation select policy and make facility changes that create inner community, unsafe access policy. This has established a two-tier system where activity outside of the TC Tenant Charter lack transparency and accountability, allowing bullying, intimidation, and harassment to silent tenants. TCC should recognize its duty to ensure tenant safety and security and immediately declare this proposal as a non-starter, given that townhouse tenants do not live in apartment building. The tenant engagement system implementation plan has created an unsafe, unhealthy, and non-inclusive and inequitable tenant community. By using the tenant engagement system implementation plan, TCC management bypass the tenant policy, charter by the tenancy human right, public standard, building code, fire code, and legal obligation, and leading to unfair practice and corruption. In fact, was again corruption. It is deeply concerning that the TCC tenant engagement system implementing plan and TCC report are based on inaccurate management report that do not reflect reality and lack accountability and transparency and consequence. Thank you for the opportunity to share my comment. I welcome any question that may arise.
Thank you, so much. Are there any questions for the deputant? I think the questions are mostly for staff as a result of your comments, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to share my comment. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So, councillors, we're going into questions from committee. Are there questions of staff? Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I have questions that, in this report, thank you for bringing it. The 2018, as you mentioned that date, and under COVID, there was a new tenant refresh that was developed by Toronto Community Housing. Isn't that correct?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And I want to be clear that the majority of those tenants were self-selected that said they were tenant representatives. There were no real elections outside of a few. Is that correct?
So through the chair, in the previous model, there was an opportunity to choose at a building level whether you were represented by a community group, and those were individuals that were self-selected. So anybody that wanted to be part of the community group could participate in that. We had some buildings select elections as a representation model, and in those buildings, we did have some acclamations and some elections. So you're correct that there were few elections.
I'm very aware of this, so I want to be very clear on the record that there were your ability to have a community or a building model with volunteers, or you could select a tenant rep, and the tenant reps who had been elected previously were no longer, and there was an individual selection. But I could ask you to report back on the number of elections, and I know it's very small compared to people that volunteered that came to a meeting, even under COVID. Am I not correct in that? I remember this very clearly.
So through the chair, yes, you are correct. We had very few elections in the last representation model.
So when I'm reading here that page whatever, elected, and it really concerns me, page 3, elected community representatives provided input on the new Engage Together. As an elected representatives, I'm very clear that I've had to run and put myself forward and be elected. Would that be correct, or is that incorrect again, as far as difference between being selected and elected?
So through the chair, you are correct. Not all members that contributed to.
Thank you. So will that report be corrected or not? It's a board report.
Through the chair, happy to make that correction.
I don't have to make a motion, but I'm very willing to do. The role of elected tenant leaders. My understanding is this will move to more of an election process, which had been established for many years, where people presented themselves to their communities, they received support from their communities, and that was not the model under the previous or current, actually, tenant refresh.
So through the chair, you are correct. The model before you today contemplates bringing back tenant elections in all communities.
Okay, thank you. How many tenant councils will there be? There'll be 3 in each area. Previously, in the CHU model, how many were there? Do you happen to know?
So under the OU model, we had 13 operating units, 2 of which were represented by the seniors, the TSHC buildings, so those have moved out. In the current model, we're proposing 9 tenant councils and 3 districts per region, so you're correct.
So there've been, that would be 11 once the seniors have gone, correct? Yeah. And
Correct.
is there any indication here that you're looking to change the, because it's council directed, your tenant advisory committee?
So through the chair, the current model contemplates a citywide tenant committee. This doesn't speak directly to the tenant advisory committee. We're still in the process of working with the city to determine the next steps on the tenant advisory committee. But in theory, this citywide committee would provide the same level of support as the tenant advisory committee. They're not intended to be parallel committees. So we're hoping
asking
once
the city, the tenant advisory committee is a shareholder direction. What point are you planning to advise that you're planning to change a shareholder direction?
The shareholder direction contemplates TCHC having a proper tenant engagement system. As through your leadership, Councillor, the Tenant Advisory Committee was established to set and support the transition and development of the tenant engagement model citywide by TCHC. So at present, we'll be working with TCHC, monitoring the rollout of the tenant engagement system, and we'll contemplate any changes to the tenant engagement committee later in the year or early following next year.
So just to be clear, the tenant advisory committee was set up by Toronto Community Housing, made up of hand-picked members. There was a shareholder direction to expand that and recruit through the city members in order to have, well, just call it, people that have actually applied and gone through a process. And now I'm unclear what the next steps would be. Would that be fair to be asking about that? I think you all know I'm very interested in this subject.
100%, Councillor. The council direction was, you're correct. The extension of the representation on the Tenant Advisory Committee is also correct. And again, I think to Nadia's point, at some point we have to consider the effectiveness and efficacy of parallel committees doing work. So we're going to need to take some time back and consider, as the tenant engagement system rolls out, we're going to continue to use the Tenant Advisory Committee to monitor its implementation, and we'll consider options moving forward, but none have been made at this point.
I'm out of time, but I'm going to be speaking about this.
Yes. Are there any other questions? I have one myself. Councillors, no questions? Okay. I just have one question. When we talk about monitoring and then adjusting, is the model set up so that the tenant representatives themselves can be part of the greening of it? If you get into it and it's fully implemented, but you can see there's a struggle in some part or another, will the representatives themselves have an ability to green the model as need be?
To the chair, that's exactly right. So the work to date has been focused on ensuring that tenant representation and engagement is involved in adjustments to the tenant engagement model. Over 100 tenants have been involved in discussions with us about what the tenant engagement model should look like. And now going forward, there are plenty of opportunities on how TCHC can continue to engage with tenants, from local issues all the way up to changes to the engagement model going forward as well.
Okay. That was my only question. Are there any other questions? Seeing none, we'll go to speakers. Oops, sorry. Oh, sorry, Councillor Malik?
Thank you very much. And it is building on some of the questions that were already shared. And I have shared this with TCHC staff, that I've heard consistent concerns about the responsiveness in TCHC buildings in my ward, particularly Danlecki and Queen's Wharf. And I just want to hear a little bit more about how these engagement opportunities will be used to address some of those persistent communications and responsiveness issues in buildings like the ones in my ward, but right across TCHC.
So through the chair, I'll start and then I'll ask our COO to add on. But what this model does is provide some standardization to how we go about that process, right? So I would expect that there are opportunities to have discussions. I've had discussions with folks in the buildings that you're talking about to address the issues that do occur. But what this allows us to do is have a standardized approach so that there is a tenant group that is elected, that is established in order to represent the interests of folks that live within that building, and that can have regular, meaningful conversations with our group about issues like perhaps maintenance issues or tenant concerns that might be brought forward. So this means that we won't be doing it different ways in different buildings any longer. Do you want to add anything?
So through the chair, the only thing I would add in the tenant council model, we are going to be meeting monthly at a district level. So you could actually meet with your district manager who has oversight of building related issues. And so the hope is that if you're not getting the level of systemic support that you're looking for, that we would address it at that meeting. We also want to be really clear about the escalation channels for tenants, which is why we've had a tenant circle as well as the tenant rep system put in place. And so we're really hopeful that this will help to better support tenants in getting the answers that they need.
Okay, Councillor Moyes.
Sorry. Councillor Deputy Mayor Malik yes. Helped me formulate my own questions. So when it comes to elections, how do you select people in an equitable way? Is it just people putting the names forth, or do you go out looking for various groups of people to sit on this tenant council? And also, too, I know that some of the existing tenant councils that exist, there seems to be some tensions between some of the members. So again, is there some training, conflict resolution? How long are the terms? There's a lot of questions there.
Happy to answer your questions. We do extensive outreach, and albeit the last system I don't think was optimally implemented, and so I will own that. But we are moving forward with this new system, and we plan to do extensive outreach in our communities, townhouse communities, as well as our buildings, to actually identify individuals who may be ready to run, interested in running. We're also providing capacity building opportunities for tenants to get prepared. So we do preparation on how to do a debate and anything related to becoming a tenant representative. We provide that support. We then work with the tenants that are interested in becoming a tenant rep to support them through the process of actually campaigning in their buildings. So all of that will be provided. In terms of equitable representation, we do our best to ensure that all communities within a community are outreached to so that they're most effectively represented. What we heard from the tenants is not everybody wants to be a tenant rep, but they want to be involved. So the community circle or the tenant circle is supposed to be the first step in the process to actually galvanize interest and engagement at a building or community level, at which point we will identify through the process who wants to be running for tenant rep. So that will be happening after the tenant circles. But we definitely are providing capacity building. Conflict resolution was one of the main items voted on by tenants in terms of what they wanted to see. So we will be doing that in this year as well.
And is there a path for the tenant reps to eventually work their way up to engaging the board? Because I have heard that some of these models don't really get to the point where they need to actually engage the CEO and the people actually, the decision makers of TCHC.
Answer? That was a long question, so I got to stop us for a minute. I need to canvass the members. Is the will of the body that we finish this item before lunch?
Yes.
Councillor Fletcher moving. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Let's finish this item. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, so through the chair, I appreciate the observation. It's true that we're working hard to better engage tenants, to engage with the board of directors and engage with our executive team with some regularity. You know, there are far more tenants that participate in our engagement model broadly within the buildings than perhaps would depute at our board, for example. So there's a couple of different mechanisms by which we can do that. One is that there is there is appointment of tenant members onto our board, and there's a process run by the city by which tenant members can apply for and then potentially sit on the board of Toronto Community Housing. But then secondly, we're also working on better communication and engagement around our board deputation process and ensuring that tenants understand that and are feeling supported in how they might approach our board. So using the local circles that are set up is a way for us to communicate and support tenants to better be able to depute at our board, for example.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, and I think those are all the questions. So speakers, Councillor Fletcher?
Thank you. I just have a motion about a YTAC that's set up through the city in the same way as the TAC is set up, to look at doing that, because the Tenant Advisory Committee was mandated that Housing Secretariat would work to put members onto the Tenant Advisory Committee. The original Tenant Advisory Committee was set up as the Seniors Tenant Advisory Committee when we set up the Seniors Portfolio, the Seniors Corporation. It was very important in having those tenants who came off of the Tenants First Consultative Committee to be part of that. And this was a model that I know that was my motion at council to replicate that for TCHC. In 2018, the entire tenant process was changed at TCHC. The elected tenant reps were fired at TCHC. They were never told, and a new model was developed under the pandemic. The reason why and then we'll remember here that the mayor had his Tenants First committee that was ably handled through the Housing Secretariat, and it was the city that recruited those tenants that sat there that talked about all the tenant refresh, tenant engagement, transfer of single-family homes, setup of senior corporations, many different things. So that role of the city in ensuring that the tenants that are recruited in a great process and apply has been a good model, and I'd like to replicate that around youth, particularly with the next item that we have coming up, Madam Chair, which is investing in youth and employment. I just want to note, and why we're sticking our nose into this is because in the shareholder direction, it's very, very clear. The shareholder direction makes TCHC very responsible around tenants, and it also says the shareholder is very interested and concerned about the welfare of tenants in Toronto community housing. So we don't do that too often because the shareholder direction is very explicit here in a number of different ways. And I think that I appreciate how this is moving along. I think it could have been clearer about 2018, just changing the entire system with no consultation. And now we're into a consultation about tenant engagement and the tenant system and what value it is for tenants to be elected, what value it is for tenants to be active in their community, and what value it is for management to be able to hear about the patterns and things tenants are saying. There were in the past and have been over a number of years now, thanks to Ms. Gouveia, where tenants are brought together by zone, west, central, east. That had died for a whole number of years. When you bring tenants together, you're going to hear, are things working? Are they working well? So I'm very happy to see these 4 different models of tenant engagement, 4 different venues, 4 different ways to do it. I'm just not prepared yet to have the city move out of the equation, because when the city was not in the equation, we had this very odd system that got set up where I simply can't find any tenant representatives who were selected themselves during this period but I still know all the old ones who used to be the tenant reps who advocated on behalf of their neighbors. So that's still a hole, Madam Chair, and I'd like us to keep working to get to that sweet spot. And I appreciate all the efforts that are underway, but I don't believe we're quite there yet. And I think when we work together on these things, because we're on the ground, that becomes a helpful situation and we get to a better model. Thank you.
Okay. I think, are those are the speakers? I haven't seen any of their other hands.
I will just take a moment, Madam Chair. I know we want to conclude this item. First of all, thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I don't think there's a councillor in Toronto who knows more and has dedicated more time to to Toronto community housing and tenants. I just want to thank the proposal. This approach is much more participatory and recognizes that participation can come in many forms, that some people engage at the very hyper local level in their own building, and that's really valuable, that there is different forms of representation that aren't just about getting elected, that many people are left behind or outside when you just use a hierarchical model. And my area of interest in popular participation, democratic participation, that's what my career has been really built on. When I see the integrated model, I have a lot of hope for how voices that are often silenced will be heard, how conflict will be mediated and avoided, and how people will become increasingly informed with their participation and therefore have more power and bring more ideas to the table. And I just want to recognize this is a proven community development approach. So I just want to thank all Toronto Community Housing for all of the work that staff have done to bring this forward. And we look forward to seeing some progress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So councillors, we have Councillor Fletcher's motion to vote on, and then the item with the implementation plan in it. Oh, because we were just receiving it. Yes, okay. So, Councillor Fletcher's motion on a new acronym being born. All in favor? Opposed? That is carried unanimously. And then the rest is just information from the board. Yes, okay, thank you. Then I'm going to recess us for lunch. Sorry to hold you up there, Councillor Mallett. And we're, pardon? Yes, she has an availability there. But we are going to come back at 1:30 because we only have 2 more items, but they have long lists of deputants. Okay. Yes, you have 55 minutes. Enjoy. We have deputants who are here all morning and have waited a while. Let's get going. Okay, calling this meeting back to order, and we are on to item number 6, which is investing in youth, empowering our city's potential, creation of a Toronto Youth Employment Program. Well, another Toronto Youth Employment Program. So I'm going to open to deputants, and most of you are here all morning, so you kind of know the drill. I'll start with Stephen Mensah, and after that I have Laura Vu, Hafot Ahmed, and Iman Lunat. I'll call out a few names so that you can all be ready. Stephen, welcome. Yeah.
Is my mic on? Can you hear me now? Oh, hello? Am I good now? There it is. All right. Hopefully I can get that 11 seconds back. But good morning, good afternoon. My name is Stephen. I'm the Executive Director of the Toronto Youth Cabinet, the City of Toronto's official youth advocacy body. I want to begin with the words of a 20-year-old from Etobicoke. A job would mean more than just money. It would be my lifeline. I've seen too many friends go down the wrong path with drugs and crime because they felt they had no other options. When you're surrounded by negative influences and your pockets are empty, it's easy to make choices you'll regret. A summer job would give me purpose, keep me focused, and show me there's a better way forward. This is the reality for thousands of youth in Toronto. Over the past year, we have spoken to youth from every corner of this city, from Kensington to Jane and Finch, Bleecker to Rexdale, Malvern to Flemington, young people experiencing homelessness, young people living in Toronto community housing, young people at risk of involvement in violence and crime, and those facing systemic barriers to employment. And they all say the same thing. They want to work, they want to contribute, they want to build a better future. That's why in partnership with the Neighborhood Group Community Services, we launched the largest youth-led advocacy campaign in Toronto's recent history. Through this campaign, we have championed youth-led, youth-centered, community-driven advocacy in our relentless pursuit of hope and the fight for opportunities for Toronto's young people. First, we convened over 150 Black, Indigenous, and newcomer young people at our Youth Employment Summit alongside key stakeholders, nonprofits, and private sector partners. Then, we mobilized 30,000 young people through our postcard campaign calling for a Toronto Youth Employment Program to create 10,000 additional jobs for youth by summer 2026. And these postcards are not just pieces of paper, they are 30,000 cries of hope. Finally, 41 organizations came together in a joint statement demanding urgent action on youth employment and the rise in youth violence. We believe that this moment requires bold action. Toronto's youth unemployment rate is at its highest since a decade. And we know young people who are equity deserving are disproportionately affected by this. We've seen an increase in youth firearm arrests and a surge in youth-involved carjackings, jewelry store robberies, and other criminal acts. And I know that if we're serious about community safety, we must be equally serious about providing economic opportunities for young people. The motion before you today, MM 24.2, must be supported in full, which is our desire. I also want to address a separate motion being brought forward. And while we support its intent, we have a responsibility to ensure it is as strong and as clear as possible, because clarity creates confidence for young people and community stakeholders. First, we're seeking a commitment that we've all aligned on, which is 10,000 additional jobs by summer 2026, be agreed upon, and not an equivocal target of 10,000 jobs, which we believe leaves open to interpretation, but real, net new, and non-existent opportunities. Third, or I should say second, we need a firm report back timeline. Our desire is that this motion indicate a report back ideally in Q4 of 2025. And receiving this commitment will ensure that we are aligned with the city's pre-budget and budget processes for 2026. Without this, there's no realistic way to meet our target. I really want to emphasize that if we want to address the rise in youth violence, if we want to see safer communities, we must invest in youth employment, because the best antidote to crime is a good job. This isn't just about jobs, it's also about hope. It's about providing young people with a future they can believe in. It will take all levels of government, along with private sector investment, to make it a reality. We don't expect nor should the city cough the whole bill for this initiative, but rather working in partnership with other levels of government to ensure it can come to fruition. Today, we have the opportunity to take bold action, to tap into the fierce urgency of now, and we urge you all to make these crucial improvements to the motion and stand with Toronto's young people, because they have spoken, and now it's time for the City of Toronto to act. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Questions of the speaker? Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Stephen and TYC, for your efforts leading up to this. A few important questions of clarification. One concern I know members may have is around, are you seeking City of Toronto jobs, or it could be a complement of a host of different organizations? Or what are you thinking about in terms of who foots the bill?
Yeah, so first in respects to who foots the bill, as an original motion, it speaks to advocating to the provincial and federal governments for funds. The desire is for the feds and province to also contribute substantially to this initiative, while recognizing the City of Toronto does have a responsibility to also invest themselves, but they should not be the ones paying for the entire bill. And to the question of what type of opportunities we're desiring, when we talk about employment with the private sector, the city's agencies, boards, corporations, they all hire or have some type of student summer employment programs, and the goal is to, through this program, expand those initiatives and opportunities so that more of our equity-deserving youth can have access to it.
So to clarify and confirm, this is not about City of Toronto jobs. That could potentially be an outcome, but for the many of youth jobs that are nonprofit sector, it could be nonprofit organizations.
Exactly. So we want private sector. City of Toronto should also increase their capacity, but it should not just solely be City of Toronto jobs.
But what you're seeking is not City of Toronto 10,000. I think that's just an important thing to clarify. Yeah. The other question in regards to the distinction you're asking for additional jobs versus existing inventory. Can you clarify that distinction, what you're seeking?
Yeah, from the onset when we launched this initiative, we've been asking for 10,000 additional summer jobs. And I think at the core, the reality is, there's a direness to ensure young people, our equity-deserving youth, get access to meaningful and gainful employment that we need to be urgent. But also, when we do a jurisdictional scan of other jurisdictions in Atlanta, New York, Chicago, they're all being very ambitious with their youth employment programs. New York is giving 100,000 young people jobs every summer. Chicago's doing over 30,000. When the mayor of Atlanta came 2 years ago, he gave 5,000 additional. And so our desire is for the City of Toronto to equally be ambitious. I understand it's a bold target, but I know with will, with optimism, and once again, working with our partners and private sector industries, we're going to be able to achieve that goal.
Additionally, there may be concern from some members that 10,000 is prescriptive. In your opinion, or to your comments, is language up to 10,000 allow the flexibility for the city to be more productive on this motion?
Yes.
Circling back to the role the federal and provincial government plays, we've seen the political conversations around rise in crime, cracking down, et cetera. I'd imagine the public sees the need for a balanced approach. And given your comments on our leadership, but what is the scope, do you believe, what scope do you believe there is for provincially and federally to see support for this as a crime prevention strategy?
Yeah, I think when we hear a lot about the provincial government, all levels of government talk about violence and crime. I think, one of the things we've been saying is we need to focus on investing in community and rather than investing in downstream approaches. We need to take on this issue upstream. We know federally with Canada Summer Jobs, there's a lot of issues with that, but nonetheless, the federal government has allocated hundreds of millions of dollars in funding that I believe the City of Toronto can utilize for this initiative. And I believe there's been positive conversations provincially and indications of the province to want to crack down on violence. We don't appreciate the way they're going about it, but I believe with a common sense and just evidence-based approach that we are taking and we're centering in this initiative, I hope and I believe they are going to be responsive to it.
And lastly, On your assertion that this will be effective to combat rising youth violence, I certainly see it in my community, in many neighborhoods. We had a 16-year-old shot dead in his mom's basement recently. Why are you confident that this will be an effective strategy to combat rising youth violence, rising gang membership, participation, and lack of belonging many youth feel?
Yeah, young people are facing a really negative socioeconomic conditions, poverty, food insecurity, lack of community support, so on and so forth. And many of our young people are, really craving opportunity, and they're gonna unfortunately get that from bad actors in their community, which is why I was saying, if the city doesn't give, and all levels of government don't give young people an alternative to engaging in organized crime, engaging in gun violence, so on and so forth, young people are gonna fall through those cracks to make ends meet, and not just to support themselves, but to support their parents. And like I started with my remarks, that's what young people have told us in our postcard campaign, in our consultations on social media. And so we know that, like I said, the best antidote to crime is a good job, and providing that will provide young people with hope.
Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm sure you and your youth cabinet was as concerned as I was when last year the federal government cut their summer jobs program. What did you do about that?
We've been engaging with federal ministers, and in our messaging publicly, we've been consistent to also call for all levels of government to support young people.
No, I'm asking about that. Did you go and visit MPs directly and take all your team there about why they cut that really important lifeline? Because they do have a summer jobs program, and it was cut.
So we did engage federal politicians, more so like Marcy Ian's office, the Minister of Youth, and as well as working with our partners at the neighborhood group who are regularly engaged in federal ministers and federal MPs. So that was the level of engagement beyond media.
What did they say? What was their reason for cutting that?
I remember in August, Mayor Chow held a youth violence roundtable, and something that I had brought up with Minister Ian sitting right there about the fact that the feds have cut funding for federal youth employment programs. Their messaging was basically they're increasing it. So it was just like a...
Yes, but you knew it wasn't, so...
Correct. So, and we've pushed back against that. We've been clear to say that the federal government is not doing enough, but I think in our respects to our advocacy, we're going to continue to...
Do you have any correspondence you can share with us that you sent on behalf of the Youth Cabinet to MPs in the City of Toronto indicating how concerned you were with the cut that you can share with us as part of this?
To the extent would be, like I said, Minister Marcy Ian, so I think we can send you something that we've...
So just to the minister, not to all the MPs?
Correct.
Okay. And then your funding is from the city, correct?
Correct.
And what's your budget?
TYC is like... all-in budget, I'd say, is just over 70,000, I believe, yeah.
For 70, and so is there budget dollars that are associated to this, and were you able to have a conversation with the budget committee or the budget chief about how this would roll out for the city?
Sorry, budget dollars in respects to our push for the youth employment program?
Correct.
So yeah, we have been engaging with the mayor's office and all councillors truthfully on this issue and trying to emphasize the need that in last year's the budget that just passed, our desire for more investments. I think at the end, we only got an additional 8 jobs in this recent past budget, but through our joint statement with the school boards and over the last couple of months, we have been intentional to engage members of City Council on this initiative as well.
Did you meet with the budget committee directly?
Yes, we came to give members, my team across the city, to give deputations on this.
Not deputation as a division or funded, you could meet directly with, well, we have a budget chief right here. Did you meet with the budget chief about this?
We've met with Councillor Carroll last year once, but I know when we've, like I said, primarily our communications on budget were with the mayor's office, with due letters and meetings with other members of council, but we have always put requests to meet members of council.
You didn't meet with the budget chief about what this might cost? Yes or no? No.
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
Questions for the cabinet? Sorry, Chair Bravo, did you want to ask questions?
So much. Yeah, I have a couple of questions.
Go ahead.
Well, thank you, Stephen, for your deputation, and certainly I think that the work and the prospect to a career and being able to earn money is an important part of addressing the situation that you find themselves in, growing attraction to and needing to maybe get involved in behavior that's antisocial. I just have a couple of questions on some of what you shared. One of the things you mentioned is that the decisions that are being made in the United States by in both in Republican and Democratic states, there has been a weakening of what is considered child protection laws and a youth worker protection. I just wanted to ask if you'd had a chance to look at what the Economic Policy Institute, founded by Robert Reich, Bill Clinton's labor secretary, has some concerns about the impact of moving toward employment of youth as a way to undermine labor standards. And I'm just wanting to know if you've read any of that, just to be cautious about putting New York or Atlanta as an example.
So your sound was cutting out a little bit there, but I think we got the gist of it.
Yeah.
We don't want to head into some of the troubling trends we've seen down south, weakening child labor laws. Have you looked into that?
Not much in respects to the United States, but I think it is a reality here in Canada where we know corporations are trying to, I guess, get cheap labor, be it from international students or try to prey on other vulnerable populations. And so I think that's something that is a reality and something that we all should not just be wary and cautious of, but ensure that we take steps and measures to prevent.
I just would recommend that it's an important thing to not cite U.S. jurisdictions which are actually hurting workers as a whole. But a couple of other questions had to do with, are you concerned at all about what I understand is some promises to cut the Canada Summer Jobs even further, depending on the outcome of the federal election, and that seems to be a place where the austerity is heading, and so just to understand why counselors may want to be prudent about the commitments that we're making to youth.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we are concerned in respects to some of the messaging that we're hearing from other parties on the federal level, but I think that goes back to all the work TYC does, be it for provincial elections, federal elections. We're always going to reiterate the importance of youth employment, of youth homelessness, and all these other priority issues for young people, and we're always going to articulate that, be it in letters, statements, or just in our meetings and engagements with folks and other parties, federal parties, be it conservative, liberal, NDP, so on and so forth.
Thanks. That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay. Councillor Carroll, can I say, it was a response to a question I wanted to also add, if I could? In respects to other jurisdictions in the states, I want to be clear on the youth employment programs that Chicago has, New York has. We actually met with these individuals and spoken to some of the young people who participate in these programs. And so, although I agree with the notion that there's some lower of child labor standards in the states unequivocally, but I believe for the program that we're speaking to and that we've engaged with the jurisdictions on, we've heard nothing but positive messaging due to the high quality intentionality that the other levels of government and the states are taking in respects to youth employment. So I just wanted to add that caveat.
Hopefully they'll be allowed to continue, but
hopefully.
Not optimistic. Are there any other questions for this deputant? Seeing none, I'll move on to the next.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Which is Laura Vu. Oh, is online.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, but we're hearing a lot of background noise. Are you able to get to a quieter environment?
Sorry, I cannot at this time, but let me try to fix my audio.
We'll do our best. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, much better. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, good morning. My name is Laura Vu, and I'm the Equity and Employment Lead for the Toronto Youth Cabinet. We've had over 30,000 youth aged 15 to 24 across Toronto write postcards on how much a Toronto Youth Employment Program is needed, what meaningful and gainful employment looks like, and what it would mean for them as young people in the city. I've read hundreds of these postcards myself, and these young people have written about the struggles to find a job during times of economic hardship, especially for youth who are supporting their families. They spoke to how a program like this would inspire hope and help them work towards achieving not only financial stability, but also career success. Yet, the recently passed budget allocates just $339,000 towards youth employment. This funding delivers only 8 additional youth jobs. It failed to establish the robust Toronto Youth Employment Program that young people have been advocating for, one that is necessary to address the growing challenges they face. The creation of a Toronto Youth Employment Program would not only address the rising rates of youth unemployment, but also combat youth violence in the city. More and more young Torontonians are being charged with and pushed into a life of crime due to their negative socioeconomic conditions. It is clear that young people are sounding the alarms for help, with early intervention being key. While City Council has acknowledged that youth unemployment is a significant factor to youth violence, there needs to be urgent and immediate action to address this growing issue. Later today, members of the Toronto Youth Cabinet will once again be in the community, specifically Central Etobicoke, where we will be hosting a youth talks with nearly 75 youth focused on addressing gun violence and community safety. It is our hope that we can go back to the community with a message to the youth that the city has heard their calls and will take ambitious steps to show up for them. This is why we hope that City Council begins work towards creating a Toronto Youth Employment Program sooner rather than later, because statistics show that these trends are going to continue and youth violence and unemployment will persist within the next few years. The young people of our city have clearly demonstrated the need for programming focusing on mentorship and meaningful, gainful employment, now more than ever. Investing in a Toronto Youth Employment Program would not only transform our city's current landscape, but also shape a stronger future. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this deputant? Seeing none, thank you, Laura. I'm going to move on to the next speaker, but thank you. We have Hafod Ahmed. Yes. Welcome.
All right.
The microphone it should be lit up.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hafod Ahmed, and I'm an undergraduate student studying global health at York University, and I live in the Don Valley North area. I'm here today because I wanted the City Council to support and create a Toronto Youth Employment Program that actually helps young people like me get real opportunities. Finding a job in the city is hard, especially as a student trying to gain experience. Too many young people struggle to find work, and without opportunities, we can't build a future here. Toronto is supposed to be a city full of opportunities, but right now, a lot of us feel stuck. I know what it's like to apply for a job after job after job, and not hear back. Even entry-level jobs want years of experience. It feels like a cycle. How are we supposed to get experience if no one will ever give us a chance? And I'm not the only one. So many of my friends and classmates are in the same situation. We want to work, we're ready to work, but there aren't enough programs or opportunities to help us get started. Some of us have gone on to volunteer just to gain experience, which isn't fair when we have bills to pay. I know this firsthand because I'm a volunteer at Discover U, which is a nonprofit organization at York University that helps students build interview, leadership, and professional development skills. I spend my time helping others prepare for their careers, yet I still struggle to find paid opportunities for myself. And the sad part is, many young people who do not find jobs feel lost and start to worry about their future. At Discover U, I've seen firsthand how students stress about not being able to secure work despite trying their best. Some have shared their worries, feeling like no matter how much they prepare, it's never enough, because finding a job today is harder than ever. And when young people feel hopeless, they can become vulnerable to risky situations. And it's not like that they want to make bad choices, but when they feel like they have no other options, the wrong path can start to look like the only way forward. Without real job opportunities, frustration builds, and some young people may find themselves in environments where violence or crime seem like the only way to get ahead. We always hear that young people are the future, but how can we build a future if we can't even get our first job? And it's not just about us. Young people are not just students, we are also breadwinners. A lot of us like to support our families. We like to help to pay for rent. We like to help put food on the table. We like to take care of our younger siblings. And it's not just adults who need stable jobs. Young people, youths do that too. That's why I'm asking City Council to take real action. We need at least 10,000 more summer jobs for youths in Toronto. We need jobs that will help us build experience and pay our bills. Investing in youth employment is not just about helping us. It's about making Toronto a safer, stronger, and more successful city for everyone. So I'm asking you, will you invest in us? Will you support the creation of a Toronto youth employment program before youth unemployment and violence get worse? Investing in youth today means investing in Toronto's future. Thank you for your time. I hope you take action on this issue because it affects all of us.
Okay. Are there any questions for the deputy? Just have a couple myself. You haven't got listed here. It doesn't say you're a member of the youth cabinet, but can I assume you are a member of the youth cabinet?
Yeah, I'm a member of the youth cabinet, but I'm also here as an individual wanting to exercise my civic duty to bring awareness to this issue about youth unemployment.
Right. So I'm just wondering how the discussion has unfolded at the youth cabinet. Is it clear to you that you know, the council's not resistant to having a youth program, but it's a matter of resources. The motion before us, if we were to follow to the letter right now, we would still be very challenged to deliver that this year. That's why you didn't see something this robust built into the 2025 budget. The resources aren't there. So if we start this, the up to words are very important because this level of enterprise taken on takes some time for us to do in the limited resources as we head into an economic crisis. Was that budget part of the discussion? Was that part of the discussion at youth cabinet?
So the youth cabinet did, I'm sure the youth cabinet does discuss about the budget. I'm new to.
I understand they have a budget event every year, but
yeah,
maybe that's just for that. Maybe that's just the executive.
So are you asking whether
I'm asking it because I'm actually the chair of the budget committee and I've never been invited to it, so I don't know what goes on there or is said there.
Oh, so you're wondering if like
yes,
if you
I'm also your local councillor.
Yeah.
So I'm trying to get a line of sight into how deep the understanding is that what we're asking for, we all want to do. The issue is resources. Is that part of the discussion that you've been a part of?
Oh, yes, yeah. That's definitely something that we're considering a lot, is the resources and the budget.
Okay. For instance, even asking our chief people officer to do the capacity assessment here is a really big chunk of work. So it might not be possible to do in a matter of a month or even a quarter. So there are pieces like that because we haven't in the 2025 budget given additional resources for something that's coming forward after we adopted the budget. There are going to be challenges with resources and resource timing.
That sounds good. I think it is really important to work with you as the head of the budget committee and to keep talking about how we can come up with the resources and the funding to launch this program for the next year's 2026 budget.
Excellent. Thank you. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions here? Seeing none, we'll go on to the next one. Iman Lunat, welcome. Okay. I think if the light's still on the microphone there, you can go ahead. Thanks so much.
Good afternoon. My name is Iman Lunat. I am a 20-year-old master's student in public policy at York University. I am here today as a first-generation Canadian of immigrant parents to speak about the importance of the Toronto Youth Employment Program and how it affects young people like me. Finding a job as a young person in this city has been incredibly difficult, far more than I expected. Despite being educated with a bachelor's degree in political science from Wilfrid Laurier University and being driven and eager to work, I faced rejection after rejection, often because I didn't have enough experience. But how do I gain experience when no one will give me a chance? I've seen the struggle not just with myself, but I also seen it with the lives of my friends as well. Many had to move back with their parents because they couldn't afford basic living expenses and rent, and some even work back-to-back multiple part-time jobs, but it still wasn't enough to meet the basic living expenses. And unfortunately, some youth have also turned into crime with the rise in carjacking, gun violence, and drugs. As a child of immigrant parents, I have first had an experience with the challenge that many young people from marginalized communities face when trying to enter the workforce. For many of us, stable employment isn't just about earning a paycheck, it's about breaking the cycle of economic hardship, gaining independence, and building a future where we can contribute to our communities. However, these systematic barriers such as the lack of professional networks, limited access to mentorship, and the need for early financial responsibility often make it difficult for youth like me to secure meaningful employment. The future of our city rests in the hand of our youth, yet we are struggling to find stable employment. In many communities, young people are not just preparing for the workforce, they're already the breadwinners, carrying responsibility beyond their years. As someone who has grown up in community housing, I personally felt the weight of this reality. I struggled to find job opportunities and even had to worry about affording basic necessities like groceries. With youth unemployment at critical levels and the economic pressures, including the tariffs and trade shifts, which is threatening our local job market, the time for action is now. If we fail to invest in the meaningful job opportunities for young people today, we risk jeopardizing the economic stability of Toronto tomorrow. Programs like the Toronto Youth Employment Program are essential because they bridge this gap. They provide opportunities for skill development, hands-on work experience, and connections to employers who might not otherwise consider hiring young people from diverse or underrepresented backgrounds. However, these programs need continued investment, expansions, and stronger partnership with different industries that offer long-term career pathways to make a genuine difference. It is a lifeline for so many young people who need the support, mentorship, and access to opportunities that can break this cycle. Currently, the program is falling short of reaching many of us, and the resources it provides are insufficient to meet the growing needs of youth in our city. I'm urging the committee to commit to creating Toronto Youth Employment Program today with an additional 10,000 summer jobs for young people by 2026. We urgently need programs that connect us with real job opportunities and offer mentorship that can lead to long-term success. As we say, youth is the future generation, so this is just an investment in young people, it's an investment in Toronto's future. Without meaningful action, more youth will struggle, fall behind, and lose hope and will turn to crime. But it will improve the outreach to communities that need it most and ensure youth voices remain the center of decision-making. And supporting this initiative means investing in the future of Toronto, its workforce, innovation, and equity. Thank you for listening to my deputation, and I am pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the deputant? I just have one because you mentioned that you are a graduate.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if you can speak to this. Councillor Candeval asked earlier about, is it clear that the jobs could be somewhere other than the City of Toronto? As part of the economic development strategy development later last year, we actually convened a table of HR directors from across the city, major employers. And what they told us is that they have a terrible talent shortage. Terrible, terrible talent shortage. And what I said to them is, then why does every youth coming out of post-secondary that I speak to say they cannot penetrate any HR department and get an interview? Have you had that experience where you've got talent to offer, you just can't get through the HR wall to get an interview with a human being? Is that your experience?
Yeah, that has been my experience. I also applied to the City of Toronto also, but
yes,
again,
I mean, I include us. They were one of the HR directors at that table.
Yeah, no response, not even like a rejection email, but it's also like the whole thing with AI and technology, right? Now there's ChatGPT, if the resumes are being filtered, but it's just that there's so many new barriers and new advances in technology and new stuff that is coming along that makes it harder for us, like as youth, to actually like showcase our talent or showcase we are dedicated, like we do want to work, like we want to have the opportunity, just like any other person, right?
Right.
Just to make the money and, like, you know, afford basic needs or afford nice things that I want in life, right?
Yeah. So even if, because this is a thing we could do that doesn't cost that money, even if we could alter that process and ask other corporations to do the same, to say, if they're not getting to interview, can you respond and tell them, sorry, you're not getting interview, and here's what was missing? This is what's missing, and here's why you haven't made it to interview, so that you could at least then go and continue getting the qualifications that get you to interview. You don't know where to go if you get nothing back.
Exactly. That's why I have even reached out to the jobs that I posted, like applied to before. Still no response. And some of the jobs that are even posted, they're just been there. They're just sitting there. And there's no way for us to actually get out of this barrier because we're just stuck behind this big wall that we can't get across. So as you said, it's just hard for us to reach an actual human being to actually talk to us and be like, oh, okay, yes, we value you. This is like, we see that you're dedicated. We see that you're hardworking. And I see this is the skills that you bring. So
thank you. Thank you for that insight. Are there any other questions of this deputy? Seeing none, thank you for coming. Okay. We have Serena Nadell. Welcome.
Oh, is it on? Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much to the Economic and Community Development Committee for allowing me to engage in this democratic process. My name is Serena Nadell, and I'm the Director of Community Programs at TNG Community Services. Within my youth and youth justice portfolio, we serve over 2,500 racialized, newcomer, and justice-involved youth each year. And with all those youth that I serve, I feel a responsibility to communicate what I've heard and what I see as their needs. Over the last year, we worked with the Toronto Youth Cabinet to collaborate with thousands of youth-serving agencies citywide, different levels of government and government departments, as well as the private sector, to understand the cross-sectoral needs and interests in a summer youth employment program in the City of Toronto. I really understand and appreciate that there's support for this program within council and within the city, and I'd like to take the opportunity to ensure that this program is prioritized. I want to thank the committee for your collaborative approach in developing a recommendation for this motion. There are two key items which I request that are tweaked. As in my role, I've written a lot of grants and I oversee a lot of projects, and one thing that I know is always true is to develop SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and time-bound. And I know that the city asks me to include those in my grants as well. And so I hope that those can be applied to this motion. And in saying that, I request that we're specific that it's an additional 10,000 summer jobs as opposed to just 10,000 summer jobs. We know that the city already does a wonderful job and offers lots of employment opportunities for young people, but it simply is not meeting the need right now, and there's so much more room for improvement through collaboration with all levels of government and in the private sector, as mentioned, and to ensure that wording of an additional 10,000 summer jobs is included. And further, in terms of the timeline on the report back, I just really want to make sure that it's very explicit that this is done by the end of year in 2025, just so that, as in the Sidewalks to Skylines action plan, if this is to be by 2026, we're going to need to invest resources in it, and to be able to have the share back before the end of the year will really ensure that we can include those resources in the budget. So I just, with a couple minutes I have left, I'd really love to share with you, because I think Stephen had mentioned the massive postcard campaign that we had with youth across the city. And we've been analyzing the data, and I just wanted to share with you, as many of the youth who from our organization are unable to be here today. So there was one question that we've analyzed 1,000 responses in terms of why should the city create a summer youth employment program? The top answers are for knowledge, skills, experience, and skill building. 63% of respondents said that. They believe that this will help them gain valuable work experience, build their resumes, and prepare for future careers. They feel that it's very hard to get a job without prior experience, and this could give them a meaningful opportunity. It also would help with their social skills, time management, money management, communication, and soft skills. And to share a quote from one of the young people, if youth get work experience when they're younger, they have the potential to contribute more to society in the future. Additionally, it can serve as a compass for youth who don't know what career they want to pursue. Another important finding that came out, 39% of youth said it's for financial stability and independence. Youth don't want to earn their own money. They don't want to rely on their parents. They need it to cover personal expenses, school supplies, and other needs. One youth had said, I want a job so I can help my parents do groceries and buy school supplies for myself. I want to help my family as much as I can. It would help, another youth had said, it would help low-income households for them to just get a little bit more. And finally, another major theme of 22% of youth said for personal growth, self-empowerment, and connection to community. Some responses highlighted that employment would keep them away from being engaged in negative behaviors and keep them involved in productive activities. One youth had said, it will help us not resort to making money in other ways. So it's clear there's a great need for this program, and it would have a tremendous impact in the city. And I thank you for your consideration, and hope that you pass the motion on and help us move it forward.
I was just looking at the draft of the motion that you're referring to. Councillor Fletcher has some questions for you.
Yes, hi. I see that Councillor Myers, who's head of the TTC, was one of the sponsors of the motion at council. Have you had a chance to meet with him and look at a youth employment program, summer jobs program at the TTC specifically?
I think that I haven't met with Councillor Marr specifically, but that's a wonderful place to start in terms of an opportunity for further youth employment.
So do you see that your group and the youth cabinet would meet with Councillor Myers to look at scoping out what kind of a hiring process there might be for youth jobs, or does one exist now? Do you know if one exists?
Yeah, there's a summer program for youth at the TTC, but I think that there's also wonderful programs at Toronto Community Housing, the TDSB. We're hoping with this opportunity we can increase those opportunities for young people through those places where there already are successful youth employment programs.
So is there anything in TCH budget, particularly to add more youth in the summer?
I'm not aware of any increases to that budget for this summer. I know that last year there was, I think, close to 450 young people who applied for 70 jobs. And so there was, so many youth that came out dressed up and excited to get positions, and then they were turned away. We had a lot of support from TCHC for this program. They were one of our key partners for the Employment Summit in the summer, and I know that they're on board. I think that there is, more advocacy that needs to be done for the investment.
Now, I asked that question earlier. Are you not quite concerned that the federal government cut their employment program? I know Eastview was cut, Ralph Thornton was cut. All of our community agencies had cuts to employment, and I'd like to know what you've done about that.
Oh, so I mean, at our organization, we have an employment skills and training program as well, and we've engaged in a lot of advocacy at all levels of government, including the federal government, several meetings. With different levels of government,
I'm talking about the federal.
Yes, with the 100% for the federal, 100%, and letters.
What steps did
the
you
budget. Take? Yes, I wrote a letter to for the budget consultation. Definitely at the federal level, there's been conversations. Our CEO has also met advocating. It is tremendously frightening to think that there's going to be further cuts to Canada's summer jobs. If I can say one other area that we advocated for in advocating to the federal government is that often Canada's summer jobs, there's this process of creaming where it's not often the young people who are facing barriers to employment aren't the ones who are getting the jobs. Oftentimes it can be
well, they certainly are if they work at TCHC and they live in TCHC.
Pardon? I don't understand
your question. If they live in TCHC, those summer jobs would be going to those tenants.
100%, but there's not, if there's, less than whatever 20% of people are getting jobs then.
But I'm just interested in the nature of that advocacy by the youth cabinet, meeting with every MP, petitions, that kind of activity. That's a lot of money that just went down the drain, and a lot 100%. Of jobs that went down the drain.
And I think there's
that move. So.
Yeah, and that's further advocacy that we're working on and will continue to work on 100%.
Thank you.
Okay, are there other questions of this deputant? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you so much. We have a couple more to hear from. Nacy Portis. Oh, that's an online deputation. Nacy, hi. I'm just going to start your time and we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I'm so sorry not to be there in person. I hope you can still hear me okay and that my internet cooperates for the 5 minutes that I have. My name is Nacy Portis, and I'm the Newcomer Working Group co-lead at the Toronto Youth Cabinet alongside Stephen and Laura, who have given statements here today. And I'm here to speak on the newcomer perspective of youth employment. As a newcomer myself, I understand firsthand the challenges that so many young people face navigating a new city, adapting to a new culture, and trying to build a future in a place where the hope of opportunities often feels like an empty promise. I'm also just 17 years old, trying to push through senioritis in my last semester of high school, faced with the daunting task of deciding what my plans are this coming September, and more concerningly, the looming anxiety of how I can manage to afford it without spreading myself too thin. Toronto has been ranked the most expensive city in Canada, with more and more people struggling to make ends meet in the city. Coupled with the fact that the city has been experiencing its worst youth unemployment rate in decades, with a significant jump from 13.2% to 19.8% between January and July 2024, this cycle of struggle is further exacerbated in Toronto's young people. Toronto is a city that boasts its diverse range of opportunities, but for so many of our city's youth, that promise is made so far out of reach. For Black, Indigenous, newcomer, youth in priority neighborhoods, and Toronto community housing youth, the city's promise of opportunity remains blocked by systemic barriers and insufficient community support systems. Equity-deserving youth in the city have continuously been kept on the sidelines, and as a result, there has been an increase in justice system involvement by youth who are left with little to no alternatives. As I speak, Toronto Police just announced 10 minutes ago that 3 people were just arrested in violent carjackings. The ages of these individuals are 17, 15, and 14, and I think we can all agree that this is unacceptable. But the city has the power to change this trajectory. Alongside the TYC, and on behalf of the young people in the city, I urge Toronto to invest in us. It is imperative for the city to prioritize its young people in order to prioritize the livelihood, the safety, and the opportunities that our city holds. Newcomer youth are direly seeking belonging. Youth unemployment is an issue that affects us all. The young people in this city deserve meaningful, gainful employment. They deserve the chance to dream big, knowing that the city is on their side. They deserve the opportunity to thrive and contribute to Toronto's future. Many of my peers across the city are paying attention and tuning in today, hoping to see councillors seize this moment to stand up for them and provide the opportunities they deserve. The city can break the cycle of struggle by creating 10,000 additional summer jobs for youth, jobs that will provide young Torontonians with the experience, stability, and future that they need to provide the future professionals of Toronto a future of their own. Every moment that this motion is deferred puts more young people's futures at risk, deepens the challenges facing our communities, and prolongs the cycle of unemployment and instability. Young Torontonians should be able to dream of their futures with excitement, hope, and passion. By centering and prioritizing youth, we can fuel that hope and build a city where all young people, regardless of where they come from, have the chance to succeed and thrive. Thank you for listening to my deputation.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions for this deputant? Do I need to change the seating plan? I'm just asking. Okay, the next deputant, I think this is online. Hassan Mohammed from TCBN. I thought you'd gone home over the lunch hour and took a look around.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, that one's on. Good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Dear Chair and members of the Economic and Community Development Committee, my name is Hassan Mahmoud and I work as a Community Benefits Coordinator for the Toronto Community Benefits Network. I'm speaking here today in support of Councillor Parthy Kandavil and Councillor Jamal Meyer's recommendation that members of City Council request the government to allocate additional investments for the purpose of creating a robust Toronto Youth Employment Program. Growing up in the Lawrence West, Lawrence Heights area of North York during the 2000s as a Somali youth, I'd always been acutely aware of the lack of existing job opportunities in my community versus other places across the city. Many youth from priority neighborhoods can attest to experiencing the effects of harmful hiring practices such as postcode discrimination when looking for employment in establishments outside our respective local areas. As time went on, the situation got worse. More and more youth would go on to complete their studies at post-secondary institutions and find themselves trapped in a real world that wouldn't hire them unless they had the relevant entry-level experience, and were instead faced with a revolving door that led to unpaid internships, volunteer work, as well as entry-level positions where consistent hours were not guaranteed and upward mobility was not possible. Through our stakeholder engagement process at TCBN, we found the rising levels of youth unemployment, currently at its highest rate since 2014, are directly contributing to the record number of youth-perpetrated violent incidents in Toronto. There have been calls from multiple community groups, youth-focused agencies and committees, as you saw from the speakers today, for more youth job opportunities, especially for those who come from disadvantaged and vulnerable backgrounds. The overall cuts to employment services and public infrastructure have been particularly disastrous, leaving many youth frustrated and dejected with the lack of access to decent work. However, there have been a number of recent developments that present some opportunities to correct course and provide our youth with some much needed job and career options across multiple sectors. The federal government of Canada has pledged to commit a proposed $200.5 million investment for 2025 to 2026 in the Canada Summer Jobs Program, while a welcome change of pace is only the first step in the ongoing fight against youth unemployment. There will need to be dedicated funding streams and strategic collaborations with the province of Ontario to maximize the effectiveness of a Toronto Youth Employment Program that truly addresses the employment gap in our city. The new Lawrence Heights Recreation and Childcare Center is expected to go into construction in 2026. And the city recently concluded its community feedback survey where residents were able to share which services and features they would like to see included as part of the new development. The local residents and especially youth have expressed significant interest in the potential employment, contracting, and social procurement opportunities that the construction of the new community center will no doubt create. The same also holds true for the Downsview Airport Lands project, albeit on a much larger scale, as the impact of this redevelopment, according to the plan area, estimated 52,000 new jobs, 63,000 mixed-use mid to high-rise building units, and approximate population of 115,000 folks over the next 30 years is massive and will most certainly affect multiple surrounding local communities in Toronto's Northwest. As part of our ongoing CBA for Downsview campaign launched in 2021, we at TCBN are striving to include a community benefits agreement as part of each phase of this historic development. Additionally, Toronto's status as a host city for next year's upcoming FIFA World Cup tournament, as well as Live Nation's recently announced 50,000-seat Rogers Stadium concert venue in Downsview, also present much-needed opportunities to leverage significant investments through new and existing partnerships in order to deliver more trades, operations, and service-based jobs for young people. As a Black-led organization and local community stakeholder, we at TCBN look forward to the continued engagement on this issue. I believe our youth deserve the chance to obtain gainful employment and not face collective disenfranchisement due to the overall lack of available opportunities. The city, of course, has an important role to play here, and I'm excited to see a future where we're able to successfully implement local and equitable employment approaches that ensure existing communities and vulnerable youth throughout Toronto are able to benefit from the projected growth of these developments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Councillor Fletcher, did you have questions?
Yeah, I just heard that big number, 225 million that's pledged. Do you know what the last year's budget was for Canada Youth Employment?
No, actually, I do not.
But they did cut it in half last year.
Yes.
Do you have any reason, is this a doubling of last year's budget? Is this, you're saying the 225 million?
Well, that's what the federal government's pledge was for this time around. But what we're saying is that we're going to need more collaboration across multiple levels of government.
No, I'm just talking about the federal government.
Yes, yes.
Because they have a program that was cut in half.
Yes.
Is that greater number than what was cut in half? Are you telling me you actually believe that they're doing that this year, or do we have any indication that they're restoring the cuts from 2024? Do you have any indication of that at TCBN?
No indication at this time.
You don't have any. So are you standing by the 225 that's going to be delivered this year?
The announcement was made that was listed, yes.
I understand that announcement was made, but if we dig down in there, would you at TCBN dig down in there and look at the numbers from 2024? Is that a doubling of last year's number, or is that the same? I'm very interested in their obligations to youth, because cutting the youth program last year was very detrimental in my community.
We could definitely look into that.
I'm sure you're aware.
Yeah.
That would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I'll ask staff about that too.
Yeah, I think staff are dying to answer your questions. Yes.
I hear the answer from staff on that question I asked you. I think they know.
Okay. Are there any other questions for Hassan? Okay, seeing none, thank you. Thanks so much. That was good to hear from the network. Okay, we're going to take it into questions of staff now. Councillor Fletcher, do you want to ask those questions again?
Yes, I do. I just heard from this great young man that the federal government's now pledging $225 million for the summer works, summer employment program. Can you tell us, whether you know or not, I don't know, but how much was cut in 2024? What was the total budget in 2024? And how much had been cut in 2024? Federally.
Thank you for the question. Councillor, I do not have the details of what was allocated originally in the federal Summer Jobs for Youth program and what was cut. I can say that in our own Toronto Youth Job Corps program, which has been funded by Service Canada over 30 some odd years at this point annually, we were able to employ about 2,000 young people annually through that program. When we renegotiated our funding agreement, their 4-year contracts, last year Service Canada cut our contract by $5.4 million, so cut it in half. So now we are projecting to be able to support 900 young people this year, as opposed to the 2,000 that we annually do.
So I just want to drill down on that for a second, and it is a little hard to hear you. The Service Canada funds for the summer youth program were we received through the city to do that hiring 2,000 jobs. And with their cut last year, it was only 900, or it's the cut coming up for 2025, it's 900?
So the cut coming up for 2025 is 900 that we anticipate being able to support. So half, more than half.
And last summer, was it at full or by half? Because many of the programs were cut by half that I know about.
So there was a break in our program last year. So we also had far less young people participating in the program than we had historically.
So that might have been more than, less than 2,000 then, or was 2,000 last year? 2,000 was 2024. That was internal hiring through the city using the federal funds. And now with the cuts that they're proposing for this summer, not last summer.
Yes.
That will be reduced to 900 youth jobs.
That's right.
Got that right?
One clarification, the 2024 number was also less than 2,000 because of two factors. One, there was a break in our contract. It took longer to renegotiate with Service Canada. And then once we renegotiated, it was at half the contract value. So in 2025, we anticipate only being able to support 900 young people through that one program.
With the federal funding?
With the federal
funding.
funding.
$225 million, do you think that covers the 2,000 jobs or the 900 jobs? Or it's fantasy jobs?
I'm not sure how to answer that, Councillor.
You don't have to answer the fantasy part, just the real part.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, from our experience in one program that is federally funded and has been long-standing, there is a reduction, which means that we are able to serve less young people using that source. So I certainly appreciate the ambition of the TYC and the needs that they are speaking about. And I think staff across multiple divisions and agencies, we've pulled them together, understand the needs they're articulating. I think there is a desire to continue both looking for job opportunities at the city for young people, as well as employability supports to meet those most vulnerable. But there's also a reality that we're dealing with, which is that we've gotten less intergovernmental funding to support this than we have over the last number of years.
Thank you. And just, there were some, and I didn't have a chance to ask Mr. Menza, but the cities, Chicago, New York, and I can't remember the other one, that had large youth employment programs. Were those federal dollars that flowed to the city? Or those city dollars that they've taxed for? Do you know the source of those dollars?
So I am not aware of those programs very specifically, but I see from Stephen from the TYC that his understanding is that those are city dollars.
Direct city dollars. Well, okay.
Because they have income tax.
Because they have sources of funding we don't have. Thanks.
You were very close to the 5. Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. I forgot to set the clock.
My thing wasn't going.
Yes, I forgot to set the clock, but I looked at my computer and you actually did very well.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Questions for staff? I have some myself then. The motion asks, the motion's going to ask you for an inventory, and it actually asks us to look at the past 5 years. It asks us to look at socioeconomic data and so on and so forth. I know you know the motion very well. Have we been keeping that data, or do we have the ability to when we're employing someone?
Thank you for the question. In a conversation that we had with 8 city divisions and agencies recently in response to the motion, People in Equity has confirmed that they have some challenges in being able to collect that data, both in terms of the technology capacity to be able to do that, as well as—
technology as well. Okay.
Right, as well as staff's, if they're city jobs, staff's willingness to respond to the Count Yourself In survey, which does do some demographic analysis of city employees. Right,
but it's called Count Yourself In because they have to voluntarily take part in that. Okay. So can we just look at last year? By and large, and I know this is hard because it ebbs and flows with other orders of government's funding, but roughly, what is the youth employment number year in and year out? What's the base number? And it goes up and down according to interesting programs.
Do you mean the summer jobs for youth?
Yeah.
So on their website currently, they're slating 70,000 jobs for young people across the country.
Okay, and how many of those land in Toronto or even the GTA? I have kids in my ward because we're north of the 401 that would happily take a job in Markham if they could get the interview. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have that number to reliably share.
Okay, so that might be a number we could ask them if they break it down as part of our advocacy. Okay, I had some other questions about the motion. Have you had a chance to talk, Mary's not here, but I wonder if you've had a chance to talk to the Chief People Officer. There's a fair amount asked for in terms of the assessment we're asking her to do here. And I understand that part of the reason the date is a little out of whack here is the motion was drafted a while back. So, but have you had a conversation? How much time would it take to do the assessment that is contemplated in number 4 in the motion?
So to the chair, it would take, I think, at least a full year, if not more. Partially, we do have a capacity and a resource issue. So we would be looking for funding in the 2026 budget in order to act on the motion.
Right, so it's not just a matter of if you did this assessment, whatever you were gonna suggest in the way of youth employment, you need the money to do it. You actually don't even have the money to do this full assessment.
No.
On account of we're pretty tight with your budget.
Yes.
Yes. So we've got to look at that first. What we have before us today doesn't have a financial impact statement attached. It doesn't have the costing of what it would take to even implement the assessments and the sort of initial actions in this before we get to the jobs, because at this point it's a motion. It's not a report from staff. Otherwise it would have attached to it, what is the cost of doing this work?
Yes, you're correct.
Okay. And then last but not least, have you had a chance to have an initial conversation with the federal government about, I'm just wondering about your level of advocacy right now, because when we go looking for, when we were very gung-ho and excited about Summer Jobs Canada, it was not just to get the city jobs, it was that component of it that says employers, small business employers, I think it was under 60 employees or something like that, 50, thank you, Deputy City Manager. We were excited about that part too, that we could get a double-barreled benefit there. We could get youth employed, but we also help our small businesses and particularly on main streets. Have we recently been advocating for that, or are we vocal when they make the cuts? Here's going to be the impact of that. What can you do for us? I'm asking because going back again could now be, that's a way to help small businesses in a trade war. So how current is that conversation, I guess, is the question in a nutshell.
To you as Chair, Councillor Carroll, quite current. As of this week, city manager and senior staff sat down with senior officials at the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario.
Yes.
We currently have an open agreement called the Toronto Economic Resiliency Initiative, which has 4 components, most of which touch main streets. And we've talked, given the recent context, about reopening that agreement and seeking a supplement of funds that could be used, among other things, for hiring by BIAs, as was done during COVID, to support small business and main streets.
So we could be advocating for that. While all this work is going on within the motion, that's something we could do right now, and we could say with particular focus on making sure that that youth program was valuable during COVID. If you brought that back, it becomes a component of helping small businesses in our difficult times ahead.
That's correct. The meeting was just yesterday. We were at early stages of the conversation, but we hope to pursue that.
Okay, excellent. Okay, those are my questions. Councillor Candeval. And this is me, and I keep forgetting to set the clock, but I just set it for you. I don't know what that means. I will be lenient.
Just a couple, through you, Chair, to staff, just to get a better sense, because I know this has been an important project for the Toronto Youth Cabinet for many months last year, and wanted to get a sense of the level of engagement with STFA and ECDEV.
So through the chair, the Toronto Youth Cabinet met with staff from my division during the summer. They also met with staff, I believe, from economic development. They also went to meet with Parks and Recreation and several other city divisions or agencies last summer.
Was your experience that it was there was diligence given to helping craft this idea, which I think is really what's on the table, an important idea?
So certainly the Toronto Youth Cabinet has been open to staff advice and has made some adjustments to the letter that was part of the motion. Staff understand, as I noted earlier, the context, the needs and situations that they are speaking to, and we would agree that Youth employment is one of the social determinants of health and important as a prevention in safety. I think where there has been some difference is that staff have also advised of the number of challenges that we are facing, particularly as it relates to budget and resources, to add substantial new opportunities. And so I think that that's part of the reason why, in addition to it being a part of the action plan for Toronto's economy, which happened last fall, that the motion is still back in front of you today.
Thank you, Denise, and to Pat from the Economic and Community Development team, if there was any engagement and interaction.
Through the chair to you, Councillor, our team works really closely with SDF&A. EDC staff have been involved in meetings with the Toronto Youth Cabinet. We have provided advice, as Denise has just said, around context, clarifying the elements you sought to clarify in the deputant's presentation around the number, it being incremental, the time frame, where these jobs lie, et cetera. We've provided advice about our understanding of the functioning of the economy and youth employment within it. The one thing that's not been done is to put this in context with more recent economic difficulties related to the U.S.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Moise, you had questions of staff?
Yeah, so you mentioned Summer Jobs Canada has reduced their funding significantly, which for 2025, there's only 900 positions that will be available. Is there a similar funding provincially?
So through the chair, just one clarification. Our funding for the Toronto Youth Job Corps is from Service Canada and the feds.
Sorry, Service Canada, my apologies.
In terms of provincial funding, no. Not that we're aware, nothing that is very specific to these youth programs like we've had with the federal government.
Okay, so Service Canada historically provided about 2,000 jobs, and Toronto, how much jobs have we provided in regards to youth employment over the years?
Sorry, Councillor, I was a little bit distracted trying to see if my colleague from Employment and Social Services had anything to offer. Could you repeat your question?
So Service Canada historically have provided X amount of dollars, and which calculates about 2,000 jobs per year. That's been reduced now to 900 as 2025. But how many jobs do the City of Toronto provide for summer employment outside of the Service Canada amount, or do we not?
So our summer placement program, historically, it's about 212 programs, 212 students. That does not include parks, which would be over and above what People in Equity helps to fill.
For a total number. So including parks and other city
I'm going to pass it over to Aiden, who will supplement the answer.
Through the chair, good afternoon. Councillor, excuse me. Parks and Recreation employs approximately about 7,000 youth in the summer, of the roughly about 11,000 existing staff that are on our roster. So 7,000 of them work actively in the summer months.
So that's just Parks and Recs?
That is correct.
But I'm looking at like all divisions. If you factor in youth employment, is there a number that we could actually like 20,000 jobs?
To the chair, Councillor, that is one, the first part of the new motion, task staff with creating an inventory. It's to be able to unequivocally answer the question that you are asking.
Okay.
So we are piecing it together between the things that People in Equity know and Parks, Forestry, and Recreation and a number of other divisions. We would be able to give you a far more precise number in the report back.
Looking at Councillor Bravo's motion here, is asking to establish 10,000 summer jobs for young people in 2026. So I'm just trying to assess what existing versus what is being asked here, so. But to your point, you're actually doing an inventory of that right now.
So an early estimate would be about 7,300 currently.
Okay. So based on the ask, you need to find an additional 3,000 more jobs?
No, that's not what the motion says.
You don't have to.
Additional.
You have to answer. Okay, okay, wonderful. Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of follow-up questions, but maybe I'll go after Councillor Mantis, who's been waiting.
Okay. Councillor Mantis and then Chair Bravo. Councillor Mantis, you have questions for staff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. One, do we know what the employment or the unemployment rate is currently for the City of Toronto, and what is the unemployment rate for youth?
Through the chair to you, Councillor Mantis. Currently, the youth unemployment rate in Ontario, January numbers are 17.1. We think the Toronto number is slightly higher at 17.3. Notably, that is double the next cohort of 25 to 34-year-olds and is 20% higher than the 10-year average of 13.9%. And we've seen a 70% increase in that youth unemployment rate in just the last 2 years, taking January 2023 as a baseline.
Okay. Now, asking for Parks and Rec, from the 7,000 positions that are available every year, what's the percentage that are covered for the season?
Through you, Chair, I would say very close to 100% are covered. Those are the actuals that are employed, Councillor. They're, I would say, for summer jobs specifically, they're almost 100% of the jobs are covered. There are some vacancies here and there that we work to fill, but it's a negligible percentage.
But would you see, do you see if there would be more jobs that are needed or positions that are needed to be filled for the work that is conducted by Parks and Rec?
Through you, Chair, that would depend on essentially Council's investment in services. So as services increase, then our need for part-time staff in the summer would also increase.
Okay, so I would see that this is more of a now the other question, how did this 10,000 number come about?
So that's kind of an awkward question because you're Councillor Mantis, you're now asking questions of staff.
Yes.
But the item that is before us is a motion from councillors. So the number comes about through the youth cabinet talking to councillors, but that's a difficult question for staff to answer because they didn't write the document before us. Councillors did. Yeah, this isn't a report, it's a motion. Yeah.
Okay, all right, okay. So, okay, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Read your materials.
Chair Bravo, you wanted to go next?
Yeah, well, my colleagues have asked many of the questions. I just wanted to just clarify, to be able to answer the questions about what the baseline is, we would need to create an inventory of existing City of Toronto youth employment programs and the numbers of jobs associated. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you. In terms of being able to meet on a target of around 10,000 additional jobs, this would, we understand that this would require the public sector, but certainly a contribution from the provincial and federal governments are huge since they have the resources and the deep pockets, and then also the private sector. Is that correct?
Yes, Councillor.
And then finally, can you comment on the other associated strategies that you believe are crucial to connect this ask, which came through a member motion by councillors without the kind of documentation that we would normally expect? How do we associate this proposal with existing strategies or directions that we have? What would those be?
So perhaps I can start and then turn it over to my colleague, Pat Tobin. Certainly, as you're aware, the city has a number of equity-based strategies, from poverty reduction to confronting anti-Black racism. Employment is also spoken of in the action plan for 2S, Two-Spirited and Non-Binary and Trans Youth, as well as connected to work we're doing with Indigenous communities. It's certainly an important part of the work that we are doing collectively with community around inclusive economic development, and it is in the action plan for Toronto's economy.
Right. And it's helpful to start with that direction to have a baseline. Is it, in your opinion, where we've been able to achieve measurable impact in relation to transformational initiatives? I think, for example, of Toronto Community Crisis Service Response, which is new and quite transformational. Do you do the work first of developing that baseline, the inventory, and then setting targets based on that, and keeping ourselves accountable to whether we're meeting them?
Absolutely, Councillor. I think we certainly try to be ambitious and also be realistic based on what current capacity and current performance is, and to build from there.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Are there any other questions of staff? Seeing none, we're going to go to speakers now. Everyone has asked questions now.
Well, I just wondered how many jobs are associated with the Toronto Arts Council that presented today. Probably quite a few jobs. I just haven't spoken.
That's yes. You can maybe tackle that when you're speaking. I wish they were still in the room. I'd call them to the floor. Okay. I'm going to move to speakers now, and I'm going to go first to Chair Bravo because she has a motion to move, and so we might as well speak in that context. Chair Bravo, did you want to go first?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I really want to thank you for guiding us through this so well today in this meeting. My motion, while it's being displayed, I will just summarize what it does. It's directing Executive Director, Social Development, Finance and Administration to take on this work with a request to consult relevant city partners, and that includes community partners, reporting back in the last quarter of this year. And it really starts with the inventory of existing City of Toronto youth employment programs, setting the baseline. What are we trying to build from? We need to understand that to be able to construct this building. And number two, it says that we need to identify opportunities and the resources needed, including the intergovernmental fund, the provincial and federal piece that's so important to achieve the target of up to 10,000 additional summer jobs for young people by 2026. And of course, that includes the private sector, where a lot of the jobs will be found, not just in government. And an alignment with youth employment definitions, objectives, and targets with city commitments. You heard from the Executive Director of SDFA that includes inclusive economic development framework, poverty reduction strategy, and the year one progress report on the action plan for Toronto's economy. I think that all of this essentially addresses the recommendations and requests that were made by Serena Nadal of a Toronto neighborhood group. And I think I really want to start by saying that we need to think more about young people as a society when we make decisions. And jobs they really matter. And I think none of us here doesn't understand the importance of robust youth employment opportunities to combat what is on very much on my mind and weighing on my heart, which is the amount of growing violence perpetrated by youth, and which many times youth are the victims as well. Workforce strategies matter, and it also matters what we've been doing in relation to other areas. The City of Toronto is laser focused on ensuring that we have better outcomes for youth in relation to transit, to housing, and other areas. I think that the workforce strategies piece is really crucial here. I'm happy to hear from one of the deputants about the use of artificial intelligence, which is actually replacing a job that used to be done by workers. And I was also happy to read the mention in the Toronto Community Benefits letter, slightly different than the deputation, which indicates that job quality matters. And so that working with the labor movement, with unions, is really important. TCBN has some expertise around this workforce piece because it creates pathways for jobs needed, and it does the matchmaking. And, it's produced 1,500 young people into public infrastructure and development projects, building LRT and subway, Casino Woodbine expansion, TCHC revitalization, the City of Toronto Etobicoke Center, which is now being built. And this recognition of TCBN's letter I have also appreciated, which is what the city is doing in addition for youth, school nutrition programs, for additional youth hubs, after school programs, all these important concurrent early interventions that have to help at a very early age. Youth violence interruption has to occur around the age of 11, 12. It's not just later. And I think it's important to recognize that the City of Toronto targeted youth employment as part of its economy and its commitment to working with community partners and stakeholders. And the City of Toronto, the partnership with the community has been really important, for example, in the development of the Inclusive Economic Development Framework, which is part of the Action Plan for Toronto's economy. The community development plans that go along with planning reports in Jane and Finch and Downsview also talk about the equitable employment approaches that are going to generate jobs, for which we need the intentionality of connecting youth to those opportunities. And I really want to mention that there's also a threatening bigger context here that we all know about: the tariff threat, the loss of work among heads of households. We can expect that there will be significant job loss in the age groups, cohorts of over 25. And that the big levers are with the provincial and federal governments. I do want to caution, when we look at the United States, that the city, New York, has constitutional powers. It is able to raise taxes. It is able to direct budgets in a way that we cannot do at the City of Toronto. We are creatures of the province, and so we are dependent on those orders of government. So I hope that this is a launch of advocacy with those orders of government, because without that collaboration, we will not meet this target. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the extra time.
You are welcome. Chair's privilege. Speakers to the item/motion, Councillor Fletcher, and then Councillor Candeval.
Well, I'll leave
Councillor
that
Moyes.
to Councillor Candeval, because it was his motion that brought it here. I think this has been a great discussion and advocacy on behalf of youth in order to have good jobs. That's a very important thing. So thank you very much, the Youth Cabinet, for bringing that up, bringing that forward, and for your advocacy. And I'd say thank you for your continued advocacy with the federal government and each MP, because I was very shocked to hear the significant drop in jobs that would be coming in through the youth employment program. And those jobs, there are BIAs hire people there, the TCH hires people there. So that is a real, going from 2,000 jobs to 900 from that federal funding is quite shocking. It was interesting to hear for parks, where there's so many youth are hired. I would like to just, and I won't do it here, Chair, but there are some impediments that we need to look at for youth that are coming from different backgrounds to be able to take advantage of some of the summer jobs that we have in the City of Toronto, and I think the Youth Cabinet should look at that. One of them is lifeguarding. In order to work at a pool or a wading pool, you have to have a lifeguard course, which is upwards of 150, and another one 250 for the certification. Those aren't things you can get from the City of Toronto. You have to get that privately. So I just don't know how many youth kind of hit that wall where they're unable to actually make it to those jobs, which are very good jobs. But 7,000 is a good number. I just want to make sure everybody has a ability to compete for those numbers. So I've been meaning to bring that up for a while. Madam Chair, sitting in a different country, Madam Vice Chair, that there is a block for youth to achieve jobs in the summer around swimming. And I'd like to see that addressed. I'll probably move something separate at council. I think the other thing that we missed today, and I'd already asked my questions, and the chair is very tough, so she didn't let me go back in with that. But we did have we had the Toronto Arts Council here, and I'm sure you were here to hear that. The dollars that they're getting, and we know that quite a few dollars are focused and the jobs are focused for youth hiring. So when we're doing our amalgamation of how many jobs in the summer here, how many's there, I think it would be very helpful to add in some of those agencies, but that's not a direct agency, but they are funded in that way. So I'm just looking over my shoulder at Ms. Andrea Campbell to say, can we make sure that it's broad enough that we understand how those city dollars are being used for hiring youth into the arts in this part of the year, in the summer? Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Candeval.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I want to appreciate the dissent, debate, and discussion that came out of this motion in December. And it, I think, benefits all when policy motions are put through this process. And I appreciate a few key items in Councillor Bravo's amendment motion is the inclusion of additional jobs. I think it's key that we recognize we're looking to grow and expand the availability of youth employment, but also giving us the flexibility by including up to 10,000. And I think that's a great compromise. And my key comment is that to staff, that we have an early Q4, September-October report, which allows us the benefit of including this conversation in the budget process, as we know, the bulk of which happens September to December. Secondly, I'd like to thank TYC for their diligent work in bringing this forward. As imperfect as it may be, it's an important opportunity to address a big reality in our city that's facing many young people. Secondly, I'd like to thank Councillors Bravo, Chair Carroll, Wyndham for all their support in crafting this compromise motion to move this forward in the coming months. A few observations I'd like to share. In my community that I represent for now and living almost 30 years plus, there's a remarkable change in the last few years. When I go to my local Home Depot or Burrito Boys, what used to be many local kids that I would see at graduations when I was a school trustee are now being replaced by temporary foreign workers and/or international students. And I think this is an important reality in suburban neighborhoods where we've seen a demographic change in youth employment opportunities that need to be addressed. These are tough conversations, but we can only get through it through discussion and debate. Sadly, we've seen over the last 3 years in particular, the rise in fatal youth violence, whether it's in Dixon, Lawrence Heights, Driftwood, Chesterly, in my neighborhood of Cataraqui, Galloway, Farmacote, or Regent Park. We've seen tremendous youth upsurge. And this needs to be addressed and made a priority by City Council. And there's no higher indication or signal of a priority through budget. And this is my hope in the coming months, especially with the report back in early Q4, that we address this through the budgetary process and we can push back on the increasing reality that Toronto is becoming a tale of two cities. And we have to be absolutely conscious of the realities of the neighborhoods and the dramatic changes we're seeing in our city. And I think this is also an important cultural point of reflection. By being in the political space I am, I've seen how this conversation evolve in center-right and right-wing circles, where we saw the police debate last year, and now I'm increasingly seeing folks who recognize the need, who are traditionally on the right of the spectrum, the need to address the root causes of youth violence. And this is heartening because I'm of the belief what happens here is downstream from what happens in greater society, where I've seen the conversation change from all sides of the spectrum, that we have to address the root causes of violence. And to that point, and perhaps it's an amendment at council, but I do think there's value as the data is being collected that we see where these jobs are being located. And I think that's a critical element of not just the opportunity and the availability of jobs, but the locale and location of these jobs. So as the next steps start to form following March Council, my hope is that there's greater engagement with all members of our community here in this space, and we begin the narrative and the conversation, not just at City Hall, but across our city, for the need to address youth unemployment and youth violence. Thank you.
Okay, I have, I see, Councillor Mantis, I see your hand. I have Councillor Moist, though. Then I have, oh, you're not going? Okay. So then I have Councillor Mantis and Councillor Malik. Did you wish to speak? Okay, and then I have myself. Councillor Mantis, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Councillor Candeval and Councillor Bravo for their motions, and also to say that the jobs that we are creating have to also be sustainable jobs that will be for the years to come. I understand that the Youth Cabinet is asking for 10,000 jobs, but or additional jobs, but we also have to make sure that these jobs are jobs that these numbers are going to be still there for the years to come, because next year we do have FIFA and there will be thousands of jobs created, but but 2026 will be a year that you can call it as an anomaly in the sense of the number of jobs that are going to be created for one specific year. So the 10,000 need to be over the duration of the years to come, but also have all stakeholders and industries and our unions involved to create summer jobs for the youth. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, those are your comments. And if there's no one else, I'll just do some comments. I want to thank Chair Bravo for the replacement motion that we have before us, because what it does is take us back to what we already adopted. It makes one nuanced change. It's adding the word up to and additional. And those are the only things that are missing from the economic plan you already adopted last fall. This is my constant soapbox. We don't need to be dreaming up new things because we adopted the kinds of things we need to do last year. And we started down the road of doing them when we adopted the 2025 budget. The Sidewalks to Skylines Economic Action Plan, as you may recall, since you all voted for it, is about three things: strong main streets, quality jobs, and economic competitiveness. Things we desperately need. And under each of those three things are drivers, i.e. economic indicators today, why we're taking an action, and then the action, and then how will we know when we have succeeded, the success indicator. And the very first, I'm going to repeat this, the very first action under quality jobs starts with this driver. Toronto's youth unemployment rate is the highest it has been in a decade at 16.8%. And as you heard Mr. Tobin say, it's now even higher. A signal of an emerging crisis in unemployment and underemployment for Toronto's young residents. So the action we are taking is to build opportunity for Toronto's youth with local partners, with the private sector, and including the work of the Employment Service System Manager, who now does our main employment, develop greater employment and professional development opportunities for Toronto's youth with a focus on Indigenous, Black, and equity-deserving groups. You already adopted that. And the success indicator that you adopted was, we'll know that we've succeeded at the end of this plan if with those partners we've ensured that there are 10,000 summer jobs for young people by 2026. Most of the indicators and the actions, we're leading to success indicators 10 years later, but this one we said we wanted by the end of 2026. So this is a great motion, we just didn't need it because you already directed staff to do this. You all voted for it. You then all voted, everyone in this room anyway, voted for the budget, which is how staff are gonna start that work. They don't have the money to do all the things in that motion, the original motion, but this is work they were intending to do and must do to achieve what you directed them to achieve. So we're getting there. But I think I'm just going to take this moment to say, while we do that, we owe it to you, and I'm speaking now to the young people in this room, to be dead honest with you at all times. In my experience in my neighborhood, the adult working at Burrito Boys is not a temporary foreign worker. That's a particular thing where you bring them in because you can't fill that job. They're able to fill the job at Burrito Boys with adults who live in Toronto. Because as many of you know, sometimes it's your own relatives, your older brother who's now 28, or sometimes even your dad. Adults too are unemployed, not at the rate of youth. That is a dire high rate, but they too are unemployed. And so the person working at Burrito Boys may not be a temporary foreign worker, but he may be a newcomer to Toronto. And 20 years ago, he would have got a job at Molson's. He would have got a job on the assembly line where they were making the President's Choice food that they now make in Mexico. He would have had a job on any number of our employment lines or making auto parts. Or if he went back to school, he'd start working his way up through any number of the white-collar employees that I had in my business park in Consumers Road that is now about half its size. So we have a lot of employment needs to meet, and this is one of them. And we know that this problem, that number of 16.8 that is now 17 whatever, was such that we made this the first action under quality jobs. But we want to get the work right, and I think that's what Chair Bravo's motion that starts with a proper inventory and proper targets, because what we don't want to say is 10,000 jobs for 10,000 jobs' sake, and they're lousy jobs, and they don't lead you anywhere. You want us to make quality jobs that lead you to a good life in Toronto. And that's the work that staff want to do. And I think this motion gets us there. So I think we're all on the same page. But once you make a direction, we really have to rely on our professional staff that they're gonna take those directions and start acting on them and keep reporting back to us. There is an annual report function to both Sidewalks to Skylines and Culture Connects so that we'll know how we're doing. We're gonna report card ourselves all the way through it. And so this is action number one under quality jobs. You're gonna hear every year if we're getting anywhere close to it. FIFA knows that they have a job to do in that regard. They also know they have to push FIFA itself, because they're going to employ more people than Toronto's going to employ in this thing, and they're going to come to town, and we're going to school them on what we hope they do while they're here. MLSE is a big part of that equation. We're in talks with them to say, here's the commitment we're going to make to youth during that big event. What about you? But the good news is they do some youth employment as well. But the employment situation in Toronto is such that even that popcorn guy in an MLS venue that always used to be a young person, as the economy softens, increasingly the age of those types of jobs is creeping up. Because as I've said, people older than you are now without a job, without a roof over their head, and they're creeping into those jobs, which means we have to create more. Last thing I'll say, and I know I took advantage of the time, but I want to go beyond swimming. We can create a few more jobs in swimming, but that's a program that already exists. But when I stand in a private gym in the private sector, as I do in the sport that my kids are in, in the room where the families can pay $2,800 a session each for the next 3 months for the kids to play basketball, I look around and I see 2 scorekeepers earning $100 each that day. I see 2 people on the till, and if you man the till, you get $200 a day, and they're gonna do that Saturday and Sunday. And lastly, the convener, who has to be in their 20s, by definition, gets $200 a day. That used to be a thing that happened in the public sector. We used to have league sports. When I was a kid, my sister and I played public sector stuff. My parents didn't have $28 every 3 months to pay for a sport. But I was playing it in community centers because cities paid to have those league sports and be able to charge parents affordable things. And out of every league sport came a whole bunch of youth jobs. But we've been telling these people, you can't do that. Sorry, we're not doing that anymore. We're not in that business. If we're gonna go from 7,000 jobs to 17,000 jobs, we gotta ask ourselves if we should get back in that business. Those are my comments. We just have to vote on the, replacement motion, and that directs staff to get to work, so to speak. All in favor of Chair Bravo's motion? Opposed? Seeing none, that can be recorded as unanimous. Okay. Thanks, Chair Bravo. We have, I think we did number, yes, we're on to item number 8. Yes. So if we have deputants online, we're just getting over the last item's list of speakers, and I'll start, but I want people to be able to hear you. So we'll just, I'll call the first speaker in just a sec. Okay, I have quorum and I have a quieter room. So councillors, we're gonna go on to item number 8, which is developing an urgent downtown Coyote action plan. And our first speaker is someone that I hear from often at Police Board, Nicole Corrado. Are you online yet, Nicole? Just give us a sec to promote her. Oh, okay. Is that Nicole? Nicole Corrado?
Yes, I'm here. I'm calling in from my phone. I'm going to try to see if I can connect from my internet. Okay, I can call in actually from the internet.
We can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, we can have you on screen.
Oh, okay. Well, if you want, I can go on to the next speaker and come back if you want to get logged on for visual. Okay, while you're doing that, is Tiziana oh, there she is, she's up. Hi, Nicole. I'm not usually sitting in this room when I see you. Go ahead.
One of the things I'm very concerned about, issues about coyotes, I actually love animals, and I think the big problem is, it was already mentioned in the previous meetings about.
Oh, sorry, your audio's cutting in and out a bit.
The coyotes have now developed.
Sorry, Nicole, your audio's cutting in and out. Nicole, we're having trouble. Your audio's going in and out. Can you hear me?
Pointed out. It's just. You have to be on, I'm still on my phone.
Yeah, Nicole, the audio, we're having real audio trouble. Maybe the phone connection earlier was much better. Maybe you should go back to the phone connection.
Better now?
That's better. Start talking. We'll see if
Can you hear me now?
we can. Yes. I'll let you know if it cuts out.
Oh, I think I have it on headphones. Oh, yeah.
Oh, much better.
Yeah, so,
Much better.
all right. Yeah, so what I was saying is that these are normal coyotes. They've developed a phobia of dogs. So the issue is restricting dogs in the area by making sure the dogs are on leash, by making sure people haze and also make the coyotes realize that humans do not carry food because people have been feeding them. Coyotes need to learn that humans are boring and not a threat, but just boring and maybe kind of annoying. But also, I think I really do not want the city to be killing the coyotes. That would be just awful and would set the city back years. One of the things that's great about Toronto is it's a no-kill city. Toronto should continue to work with Coyote Watch Canada, and I love their suggestion of having a canid strategy, a canid coexistence strategy that would be about coyotes and dogs. So it would be a coexistence with all kinds of dogs, because Toronto, Patchy has a much bigger problem with dogs biting humans and other dogs than it does with coyotes. The coyotes are never the problem. The other issue is that there is a lot of rodenticide use, which of course is attractive because it's food. So if they get rid of the rodenticide, then it would not only protect the wildlife, but it would also prevent there from being issues in the first place. Toronto really needs to protect coyotes, and one really good model city is I had sent in Chicago's coexistence model. That one's really, really good. It's a no-kill model. That one's really good. Mississauga's model seems pretty good, and I would also say that Superior in Colorado has a pretty good model too. You can look on coyotewatchcanada.com and also projectcoyote.org. They have some really good suggestions. But I hope that Toronto, which already has a pretty good non-lethal strategy, I hope that Toronto continues to be a humane, progressive, and non-lethal city that will stick to coexistence methods, and because if we kill these coyotes, just more will come in and take their place, and they won't get replaced with well-behaved coyotes. They'll get replaced with coyotes very similar to them, because these are just ordinary coyotes who have gotten themselves into a very overstimulating and unpredictable environment. We need to make the environment feel like they're not going to be at any risk from these dogs, because it's the trigger is the unpredictability of the dogs and the noise, the fear of being bitten. That's what I would say.
Okay, thank you so much. Are there any questions for Nicole? Seeing none, thank you, Nicole. And the material you sent in is attached to the agenda, so we've drawn Councillor's attention to it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much. Okay, so is Tiziana Canduso here? Okay. Ms. Canduso?
Hi, yes, I'm here.
Hi. I may have got your name wrong.
No, it's right. Can you see me? No.
No, not yet. We can hear you very clearly.
It's not giving me an option to share my video.
Okay, well, we can hear you if you want to proceed.
Okay. Okay, I will just go on.
Sure.
So good morning. I am Dr. Jelmy Canduso, an urban wildlife conservation biologist at the Urban Wildlife Institute at the Lincoln Park Zoo in Chicago. But I have spent 5 years leading research to understand urban mammal space use and behavior here in Toronto. And now I do research on understanding human-wildlife conflict and move from conflict to coexistence. To the affected community members present, as a dog person myself, I mourn with you the loss of your dogs and the loss of your sense of safety. I have seen and analyzed the conflict report data myself, and given the number of coyotes we have in the city, attacks on pets are generally rare. In the last 2 years, there have been a mean of 3 attacks on pets a year per district, usually off-leash dogs. Along with an area in Etobicoke where coyotes have been actively fed by a community member, leading to around 15 attacks to pets per year in the last 2 years, which should be also addressed. The increase in Fort York pet attacks since September 2024 is an anomaly. Fort York is an isolated green area, predominantly grass, completely surrounded by high-traffic areas and high-density residential areas. Given the rise in sightings in the area exactly coinciding with the obliteration of the natural area at the Ontario Place, the most feasible hypothesis is that through the destruction, the coyote's home was eliminated. Hence, before destroying a forest stand in the city, an assessment should be made to ensure we're not displacing predators, since these animals are territorial and they cannot just simply move on to another forest stand. They will instead move to a less desirable place from their perspective, but a place free of other territory holding coyotes, like in this case, Fort York. We cannot undo the destruction that was done at Ontario Place, but we should learn from this. In the last 5 years, I have had the privilege to analyze coyote movement and space use behavior, both using camera traps and GPS collars from the MNRF, and we have seldomly had coyotes established downtown. This is an anomaly forced by the habitat loss that coyote recently experienced. However, that itself does not justify the attacks, and we should welcome a predator community downtown. They provide services to the city and reduce the cost burden to the city subjected to when dealing with rat and raccoon complaints, and more so when dealing with disease spread from uncontrolled numbers of those small mammals. We need predators in the city to maintain the natural balance of our wildlife communities. Outside the downtown core, through our wonderful ravine system, we have a strong population of mainly healthy coyotes acting on their job as predators. I have analyzed their predator rates myself. They eat predominantly small mammals, mainly rodents, much more so than foxes on our data. We have had an observation of a coyote in our data that predated on an outdoor cat, but never dogs. This was with 1 year of tracking coyote predation rates. They do not actively hunt dogs. This coyote's behavior is an anomaly at Fort York. And you may wonder why. Coyotes are generally fearful of people. We have a high number of coyotes in the city, wonderfully providing their ecological service without bothering anyone. They actively avoid us. They shelter even small green areas in highly urbanized landscape, yet we do not encounter them often. Coyotes are very similar to dogs in their needs, except they do not rely on us to feed for food. They can find their own food. They navigate their environment finding food, but when the environment is depleted due to habitat loss or they lose their fear of people, then the risk perspective starts to change. And somehow the coyote at Fort York has learned he can come close to humans and prey on small dogs, that the risk benefit is tipped towards benefit. But this doesn't happen by chance, and any coyote can end in that situation. Research shows that it happens when well-intentioned community members feed coyotes, unknowingly of the extreme danger that creates for all the community members, or when unknowing community members leave pet food outside for their outdoor animals. Coyotes start relating people with food, and hence the risk-benefit perspective of people changes. But how do we fix this situation? How do we prevent it from happening in the future? There are 2 things the city can address: habitat depletion and learned behavior of coyotes. Habitat depletion, the city can prevent further destruction of our natural areas. restore new natural areas, and the most actionable plan, in my opinion, is densify vegetation of unused green areas in the city. These include areas along railways and any unused green area you can think of, wherever we have short or no vegetation and it is not used for recreational use.
Doctor, I'll need you to wrap up. You're past the 5 minutes.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'll go. Okay, so by densifying the vegetation, we are creating habitat loss to create shelter for prey and to increase the prey and shelter for themselves. And for the learned behavior,
I really do need you to wrap up. There may be questions of you, but it's 5 minutes per speaker because we do have a list we have to get through.
Perfect. I'll wrap up.
Okay.
So the city...
Very quickly, please.
Yes, the city should provide educational outreach for people, and people should use sound devices to deter the coyotes when they are in a place where there's a coyote. That is a problem. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, the next deputant is Laura Rumley. Is that online? Is there a Laura Rumley? Okay. Seeing none, Natalie Carvonen. Ms. Carvonen, you're online? Hello, Natalie? I'll zero it when we connect with someone. Is she still logged in?
Yeah, she's here. She just
if you want to unmute Ms. Carvonen, you can go ahead. Natalie? Oh, hello? Was she disconnected? Okay. Is Liz White here? Do I have Liz White online?
No.
Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to go back one more time. Laura Rumley? Okay. We gave everybody a fair amount of time there. So I'm going to be taking it into committee now. And are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I have a quick couple of questions of my own. Do we still have our online participants? No, I mean the members. We've taken it into committee. I asked and asked and asked. I'm wondering if we have counselors with us? Oh, okay. Just checking to make sure we do have quorum. Some people think that even though they're members, they can leave as soon as the item they're interested in is over. I find that interesting. A quick question on the motion that is before us. We've got the request of the local councillor before us. Is there anything, does staff see anything in this that becomes problematic because of the relationship between bylaw officers and councillors' ability to instruct them? Or is this a motion you can take away and come back with some form of response?
Through the speaker, the motion is fine as written. We've worked very closely with Deputy Mayor Malik and our office on the language in it. It is doable, and we are committed to working with her and the community on it.
Okay. And is there some form of communication going on now? Because I heard from a couple of deputants, and I've even seen in the media that part of the problem is there's the suspicion is that this started with someone was feeding coyotes, which we find bananas in the suburbs who have been dealing with this for a little longer.
So
do we have evidence to that effect?
There are, in all areas of the city, there are challenges with dogs off leash and food being left out, not necessarily intentionally, but unintentionally.
Oh, okay.
So people aren't, it's not like with the pigeons and
right, it's not like that.
It's not like that. What happens is unintentionally food in a park's garbage or in an alley with a restaurant. So it's not intentional, but part of it is access to food. And that's something that we're working on with public health as partners to make sure that we're reaching out to, you know, restaurants and such and making sure their bins are sealed.
Right.
We don't want to contribute to the issue.
And honestly, they're supposed to be sealed anyway. That's a rule. Okay. Okay, those are my questions. I just...
Question, no.
Oh, you do now?
Yes,
I
I
thought I
do.
was in trouble for asking questions.
No,
But
that
now
I'm here-
you may
now
ask
that I'm
them
still
too.
here and didn't walk out. This is particular around Fort York, but there's other areas of the city that have concentration of coyotes, and particularly where there's ravine systems and parks. And I'm wondering if the advice from your panel of experts could also be used, or they could be asked as well for some of these increased coyote sightings or activities in neighborhoods. Is that something that could happen, or do I have to move a motion for that?
No, we'll take that as an undertaking. While this does focus on Fort York and it does focus on kind of downtown urban, it will give us good recommendations and actions and understanding of what's happening in other parts of the city, including ravines and parks. This has been an issue in Councillor Holliday's ward in the fall. So it does move around. There are pockets, there are spikes. It's something that we monitor closely.
And would we find that under 311? Is a coyote sighting under 311? We can
Yes.
pull that up
Yes, it is. We're fully integrated with our partners in 311.
for coyotes.
For coyote sightings. And we've been, again, working very closely on this matter with Deputy Mayor Malik, and we have done some enhancements to the 311. So when you call, there is an option about, is it a coyote sighting? We're trying to speed this up, and we've
I
also
hear
done some.
that. When you're calling about snow, you get asked about coyotes
Yeah,
for snow.
so we have demanded that of our partners in 311 because it is an issue.
Yeah.
And we've also made it one of the top 5 tiles on the city's opening homepage.
And then I don't know if you have anybody that looks in any of the Facebook pages in the neighborhoods, but certain neighborhoods, the Facebook pages are full of people saying how cute they are and how they should be fed. I'm not sure if you're aware of that or if anybody's tracking any of that online activity.
We will look into that. That's, again, as always, a helpful hint.
Thank you.
Okay, this is unconventional, but Ms. Carbonen, who's from the Toronto Wildlife Center, she was here all day, then had to go home, was having connection issues, and she's asking if she can get in now that she's solved her connections issues. Okay, and then we'll go to Deputy Mayor Malik. Ms. Carbonen, are you good to go now?
Hello?
There you are. Ms. Carbonen, I checked with the committee. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got a bit of an echo, but I'll do my best. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to speak today on this important issue for the native wildlife that we share our city with, which is an area where they have lived long before any of us were here. My name is Natalie Carbonen, and I'm the Executive Director of Toronto Wildlife Center. We are the busiest wildlife rehabilitation center in the country and have been open every day since March 28, 1993. Toronto Wildlife Center works with over 300 species of wild animals, including dozens of coyotes each year. We have 4 coyotes in our care right now at our wildlife hospital. No one in Toronto has more experience working hands-on with coyotes than our team, and we also work with MNRF on coyote issues on a regular basis. Our respective colleagues at Toronto Animal Services and Coyote Watch Canada have been taking the lead on addressing the Liberty Village coyote situation, which is what prompted this item to come before you today. And we would like to speak today in support of their initiatives on this issue. Like all coyote situations we have been made aware of throughout our history, this situation again seems to have been caused by human actions, which is what needs to be addressed. Destruction of their habitat, being chased, frightened, and sometimes injured by off-leash dogs, which is against the city bylaw, as well as feeding of these coyotes has created a difficult situation for everyone. I can tell you from our experience that coyotes are relatively small animals and are shy by nature and frightened of people and large dogs. The average weight for an adult coyote is about 30 pounds. In comparison, the average weight of a German Shepherd is about 75 pounds. The chasing and sometimes injuring of the Liberty Village coyotes by aggressive dogs has been a significant contributing factor to the change in normal behavior for these coyotes. Behavior such as that being displayed by these coyotes is unusual, but it is not their fault. We are all lucky to live in such a beautiful city with so many natural areas, but in order to be fair to our wild neighbors and coexist peacefully with them, it means learning about the wild animals who live in our communities and sometimes adapting their behaviors so we don't create conflict situations. In other municipalities where they are having success with human-coyote conflict situations, there's been the best success when the community is made aware of their role in the problems and held accountable for making changes to their own actions. Residents have not only been empowered and engaged, but expected to work alongside city staff to enact solutions. There have been suggestions made that the coyotes be humanely trapped and relocated or killed. As an organization that has worked with an enormous number of coyotes, we can emphatically say that humane trapping coyotes is extremely difficult, and relocating them would be an inhumane death sentence. Furthermore, to even consider killing the coyotes, which we would never support, without changing the human behaviors which led to this problem, would be tremendously unfair to the coyotes and would be leaving an ecological vacuum, which would likely be filled before long by other coyotes, who would in turn be affected by the problem human behaviors as well. In conclusion, eradicating the problem human behaviors, including enforcing bylaws, continuing to provide information to the public, and allowing the coyote time to calm down and potentially disperse from the area is the best solution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll go back into committee. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you very much. I guess my first question is just about what other measures the city will be undertaking in the immediate term in advance of the report coming back that we should know about, and what the timelines on that are.
So through the speaker, in the immediate term, we continue to put out additional staff resources in all the 5 or 6 areas where we're seeing activity. We continue to, again, we monitor this daily and we look at the statistics. We have already had preliminary conversations with the TRCA on our approach. We have secured 2 of the expert panels from the University of Calgary and the University of Guelph. And so we're not waiting for approval by this committee or council to get going on this work. We are starting it and we are pulling everyone together. So those are the immediate pieces, and we will continue to be out in the public explaining, aversion techniques, educating where we can.
You've mentioned some of the unique characteristics of our downtown community, specifically in Liberty Village, City Place, and Fort York. Can you share a little bit more about the behavior that we're seeing in these neighborhoods by coyotes that has been different than other communities in the city? We know that coyotes are not new to Toronto, but what we're seeing is unique.
What we're seeing is coyotes normalized with humans, and there needs to be coexistence, but it needs to be at a separated. What we're seeing is that they are more comfortable approaching people and approaching people with dogs that are on leash. So that's what we're watching closely. Because there are, over 4 coyotes in this area and a lot of people and a lot of dogs in a very dense area, it has been highlighted the interactions and sightings of coyotes and interactions with dogs.
Thank you very much. And it's also important for us to hear from some of the speakers around that unusual type of behavior because of those factors. Because my final question is just about environmental assessments. And as far as you know, would environmental assessments normally include how displaced animals should be dealt with or aided?
I'm not familiar enough with the with the ESA process to comment. I think we've had discussions that maybe the ESA process needs to have that as a filter or a body of work that goes into it. It's not just about trees, it should be about habitat as well.
Thank you.
Okay, those are the questions? Okay. If those are the questions, then all we have, unless there are changes, all we have, Deputy Mayor, did you want to speak and then we'll vote?
Thank you very much. I do have the recommendations in my letter and an additional small amendment. And I want to start by thanking all the speakers who joined us today, everyone who's communicated on this item, formally through the channels that we have through clerks, but also through my office, through reaching out to Animal Services, MLS, and the various divisions who've been involved in this issue. And we are currently experiencing an unprecedented number of incidents with coyotes in our downtown communities, from sightings to interactions. And as many have shared, coyotes have been displaced from their more green habitats without proper consideration. And this has brought us into new territory. Experts agree that this displacement and subsequent interactions in our dense communities now has coyotes displaying unusually aggressive behavior. And we know that we've seen an increase in the intensity, the number, the frequency of coyote incidents in our downtown communities, especially since the new year in Liberty Village, City Place, and Fort York, which has understandably led to an increase in fear by residents when, the well-advised aversion techniques are not having the desired effect, where routes around daily routines are being adjusted again and again and again, and where we're walking out of your condo building and having these encounters right away. And along with city staff and community members, and I thank the community members for their incredible leadership and engagement with me and my office and city staff, I've been working hard to advance immediate measures that include increased hours of patrols and deployment of staff in key hotspots for aversion and public education, and that has been in dialogue with community members. We had a recent community downtown Coyote Town Hall with experts to hear from the neighborhood and also what can be done with the tools that we have currently. A streamlined reporting of coyote incidents online and through calling 311, which has been really, really important, and weekly meetings with community members coordinated by my office on addressing evolving needs and concerns, and of course city staff across divisions investigating improvements to lighting, to fencing, and to make sure that storage of waste and food is adequate. And through this work, we found that we do need new responses to address this issue in our dense downtown communities and our growing downtown communities, where we have many unique factors like limited access to green spaces, whether it's backyards or parks. Our parks are our backyards in our downtown. Significant development projects adding more density and more pets. We know that since the pandemic, that is a reality right across Toronto, and especially those of us who live in vertical communities and tall buildings. And that's why I've called for this Downtown Coyote Action Plan. It will give clear direction to staff to pull together experts on coyotes and learn from other jurisdictions similar to Toronto, and I know many of the speakers mentioned some of those efforts, and that's what staff will be looking at closely. Conduct a public outreach campaign to ensure residents understand measures that are being taken to keep them and their pets safe, and determine a process to assess all options, including around relocation and other measures for the long haul. And of course, and my amendment adds to this, call on the provincial government to follow best practices by completing environmental assessments and support us in the cost of managing problems that have very much been created by some of the limitations and restrictions that we've found, or the excusing of good planning practice. I know that this with input also from the the Downtown Coyote Response Expert Panel that the Executive Director of MLS just shared with us and that we were able to announce today will put us on a better path for managing these issues in the future. It means that we are working to immediately address this issue and given a time frame of 2 weeks to be able to come back with some recommendations and this Downtown Coyote Action Plan will have a targeted approach to put us on a better path for managing this in the future, not just in the neighborhoods that call Spadina Fort York home, but right across our downtown. And that this will inform the overall Coyote strategy update that is coming back in Q4. I also want to just thank again the community members for all their leadership over the last several months and through this trying time. And as I've said to many of you, I share your heartbreak and horror at the harm and tragic loss of pets as a result of coyote attacks. We know that our pets are part of our family, and this is serious. I'd also would like to acknowledge the many city staff who've been working closely with me, particularly Carlton and Esther, and community members to address these concerns, and we will keep working on this issue together. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fletcher?
I'm just going to speak very quickly and thank Mr. Grant for suggesting that although it's called the Downtown Coyote Task Force, there's coyotes in a lot of parts of the city, including in a neighborhood I'm very familiar with. And when I mentioned the Facebook pages, there's a lot of encouragement of it's okay, you can feed them, they're cute. In Facebook pages, which is quite surprising to me. And then every once in a while, a veterinarian will say, don't go near them, they're not pets. So there's a lot of confusion out there as there are more and more and more coyotes. And I do think that they were driven up from the lake. We have a lot in the Leslie Street Spit, but neighborhood near mine, it's called the Coyote Highway. And they go from a graveyard to the ravine, through the parks, on the streets, and you can see them just walking down the street. A number of years ago, we had fox issues, and I'm not sure that they were not as much of a predator as coyotes with your family pets, etc. I mean, we live with raccoons, we live with skunks, we live with everything, chipmunks, squirrels, but they're not taking our pets, they're not endangering our lives in any way. So I think this is very good that you're giving it this highlight. And yes, people have told me I called about my snow, and the first thing I heard about was, is this call about coyotes? So it's moved up in the hit parade to a very high level. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fletcher. I will just caution, I feel an amendment coming on when we get to council session in the ask of the provincial government, because we have been dealing with this for a number of years now. And so asking them for help with management of downtown coyotes might get amended to just help us with our coyote problem in this populous region. I note that Councillor Nunziata was here earlier, who had really difficult incident in Westlake Park. I guess it was just last year. It was just last year. A human interaction. The woman who had her leg bitten off. Well, he didn't sink right in. He got a lot of her pant leg, but not the actual leg in Scarborough, because she was kneeling down gardening. So you may see people saying they should just help us when wildlife makes its way into a populous center. But I think we submit it this way in deference to the community that's asking for this. Yeah.
It was suggested by clerks to make it broader.
Yeah.
As an option for us. I'm happy to say.
If it's friendly, it might be better to just say the province should help us with our coyote wildlife problem, because they are going to keep moving in. I'll just say this, we've come a long way. I phoned 311 when I was traumatized by 5 coyotes in the middle of a weeknight, not letting me cross Finch to the Don Valley Parkway ramp, because there were no other cars around, because it was the middle of the night. But when I phoned 311 the next day, in very condescending tones, they told me, I don't think it was a coyote. It was 5 coyotes. It was a pack, and it was like a scene out of Twilight. But I got a whole lot of, have you ever seen a fox? Do you know what a fox looks like, Councillor? Yes, I know what a fox looks like. I live in Toronto. We have ravines with foxes in them. But there's a deep understanding now amongst staff that this is a component. Coyotes is a component of our wildlife. So we've come a long way. This strategy takes us further, and I hope that gives some comfort. So if that's a friendly amendment, then I think we only have that to vote on. Okay, yep. Okay. So on the motion, all in favor? Opposed? Seeing none, that is carried. And then the main strategy, and on the main item, all in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you very much. Who wants to move our favorite motion of all? Councillor Moyes, motion to adjourn. All in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Madam Secretary. That was quite a meeting. Yes.